Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Pre-Market Show for Monday, April the 10th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses to let me know you can hear me, see my screen. That'll help. Okay, great. Yeah, I don't start till 9 o'clock, Nick. That's why you couldn't hear me before. Just a quick one. Somebody asked about Hills. I don't really see anything great about Hills. They had some little press release this morning. No reaction yet, really. So remains to be seen if they can get over a dollar even. So, guys, first of all, the trade of the week is NG. NG is the trade of the week. Last week's was a gold play also. It eventually started to work. NG, so the trigger is 605. How you trade it, of course, will be completely up to you if you do trade it. So, what is happening this morning, other than the fact that the market, big sell-off actually. The market was kind of flat when I opened up everything. But look at these red bars now on the SPY. So we're going to have a definitely a fairly significant negative open. JFBR, JFBR, JFBR. This is up because I think they acquired some Amazon seller, completes the acquisition of a 49% interest in a company that owns Wellutian, a top seller brand, okay, for 3 million. So that is the reason why JFBR is up right now. Low float, Israeli stock, 3.3 million in the float. Yeah, Tupperware, wow, really in trouble. TUP, basically they issued a going concern warning. So that is Tupperware, TUP, basically an all-time low right now. AUDC, AUDC, the company they're guiding, they're giving us a first quarter warning. They don't release until May the 9th, but they're guiding, they're saying, you know what, not going to look pretty. So this is a big gap down, guys. I mean, look at that daily chart. Now it's taking all this out right now. So that is AUDC, another Israeli stock. GCTK, GCTK. And why are they up? Not sure I could find any. This is just sort of continuation, I guess. I couldn't see any specific news today. Had a great day on Friday. And this is, I guess, just kind of a continuation play. And GFAI. Now, I think it's pulled back a little bit. Yeah, quite a bit, actually. 1767. Of course, an AI play. Had a big day a few days ago. But I had a nice day on Friday also. ONCS is pulled back. I was wishing I had shorts available for this one. The company announced it is seeking withdrawal of its registration statement. So I guess that maybe they're going to do a financing. Friday close. Yes. Okay. You're right. Thursday. Sorry. Excuse me. Thursday's close. ELOX. ELOX is another continuation play from Thursday, not Friday. So ELOX is another continuation play. I don't see any specific news on it. Boy, about 4 days now. 1, 2, 3. This is the fourth day for ELOX, ELOX, another really low float, 1.4 million in the float. Micron got some news. MU gapping up. This is because jumps as Samsung, at least this is I guess the reason. Samsung cutting chip output. So you've got to read through this, but anyway, this is a positive for MU. At least it's being viewed as a positive for MU. Micron. PXD, I think they are being looked at by Exxon. I think that's the reason. Potential buy by Exxon, and that is PXD. ENLV, ENLV. Okay, so another kind of continuation day after a terrible day on, okay, that would be Tuesday. That was Tuesday. Wednesday, Friday had, excuse me, Thursday, a little recovery. Now the recovery kind of continues for ENLV. I don't see any specific news today for it. I do see, I mean, Wainwright maintaining a $15 price target. IFRX is another continuation play. Don't see any specific news today on it, but another continuation play. Again, huge day on, okay, that's Tuesday, that's Thursday. I'm sorry, that was Wednesday, that's Thursday. So I've got a price alert actually set for the high of 619, see if it takes it out. Another pretty low float. And GBX, this is one of the few earnings plays. Not very much volume yet, but it is an earnings play. Actually, if it ever gets going, I mean, you look left, next high looking left is around 35.25, I believe. The volume is not there yet, of course, but it is one of the very, very few earnings plays right now. One of the few earnings plays that I've seen in the pre-market. I don't mean there are no other earnings plays today, but I just do a quick search or scan through my earnings day column. Here's the only one I see, 0.25. That means they released earnings before the market opened. That's, excuse me, the tan area. And on the downside, I think I saw one. No, not even one. Yeah, somebody mentioned Tesla. I did see Tesla this morning. Been moving down quite a bit actually for it, 3% with that float. Company announced another round of price cuts on Thursday. Going to compete, I guess, obviously with the lots of EV plays out there now. Because I'm going to be interrupted in maybe about 5 minutes, for about 5 minutes. Okay, so just to let you know. So maybe what I'll do right now is take a quick look at the sectors and see what's happening. Dock channel bar, click on the, so from our toolbar, I'm going to click on new, then dock channel bar, and then show more. We'll take a look at the sectors. And as I say, every sector should be negative with the SPY having that little down, not a little, quite a big downturn. All right, so what you're saying here, this is XLE, the main ETF for energy. So it's kind of 50-50. Usually it's 100% one way or the other, but it's about 50-50 right now. 45% of the stocks are above Thursday's close. Okay. But if you look at every other sector right now, as we speak, there's not one positive sector. So the most positive of the sectors, I mean, and it's a stretch, is energy at about 42% above. Just give me one moment, please. Hello. Okay, and my wife will be ready at 6:15. Okay. What's that? Okay, guys, I will be back in about, what time is it now? 9:10, say in about 5 or 10 minutes from now, okay? I'm just gonna put myself on mute now. All right, guys, I'm back. And I think I have time just to take a look at the upgrades and downgrades. See if anything is interesting in that. Wow. Well, there are hardly any of either. In fact, and only 5 downgrades. Okay, let me get some of them in here. If there's anything by Goldman on the upgrade side, I do see one on the downgrade side. Okay, now I do see one downgrade by Goldman on CWK. So let's take a look at that one. CWK downgraded by Goldman. CWK. See if they put a price target on it to $11. Well, all right, it's already below that, so that's a non-event. And yes, I accidentally put in a quote after AMH. Okay, in case somebody jumps on me. A quotation mark. Okay, so yeah, very not that much action in the pre-market. Again, only 3 stocks that are down over 10%, and just a handful that are up 10%. This is going to change, of course, once we get into earnings season, and we're fast approaching. Next week. Ooh, I wish there had been shorts available for me at Interactive Brokers for ONCS. I mean, that just went crazy high just because of the withdrawal of I guess, of a financing. Do the banks actually start Friday morning? Okay. We're just not that. Let's see. Goldman is next week. April 14th. So Wells Fargo. So there are, yeah, you're right. There are probably a handful of banks this week. Wells Fargo is on the 14th. I just don't find them that interesting. TGTX, guys. TGTX. Let's see. That big day last week, and then a little sell-off. But as you know, I mean, there's just not that much. What? All of a sudden, we got a bunch coming in here that are up over 10%. All of a sudden. Aren, Aren, Aren. COCP was in there. The reason I didn't take that hard a look at it, they must have released something after hours on Friday, Thursday. Sorry, Thursday. Because this stock went up to 290, pulled all the way back. That is COCP. So they completed a $4 million equity offering priced at the market. Okay. $1.97. So it's a little bit above the financing price. So that is COCP. Well, yeah, it's interesting. I mean, when I there was only a handful of stocks that were up 10%. Now there's a bunch of them. Still only two stocks down over 10%. And AUDC, boy, that's the tanks on disappointing Q1 guide. Fairly low float, 23 million in the float for AUDC. I think I can quickly look at some of the major sectors and where they are in relation to the 200-day moving average. Here's XLE, retail, XRT. I think that was the one that was still, yeah, floating away from it, XRT. So that is below the 200-day. XLV, healthcare, was starting to move. Yeah, look at this, starting to move away from the 200-day moving average. There's the link to the main room. I have to go to our homepage every single day. You can't save a link. Okay, just so you know. But I'm just giving you the link because it takes you to the homepage, and I have to do the same thing. I have to go to my Trade Ideas homepage, click on the trading room. I have to do the same thing. Yeah, GFAI. I mean, it's got that look. I'm watching AI. Actually, AI's a little bit of a pop now. So GFAI is above the high of Thursday. It's now I have to back now. So Wednesday, Tuesday. So there's the high of Tuesday, which is around 1885. So it is still definitely active. Low, 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 low float. 1.1 million in the float. Lots of volume already. Already traded the float. The one that I didn't see that was moving that much was the BFRG. Another, of course, AI play. Didn't see this is not moving at all. Zero. But obviously keep an eye on AI. I mean, if AI starts to move, that should lift GFAI. So GFAI is really trading on its own right now. Yeah, big power outage in Quebec. I sort of read where may not get services back until Monday, which is today. I don't know how many people in the room are from La Belle Province. From the X-Men. EBIX, guys. EBIX is, I'm sorry, wow. EBIX, I'm just starting to hear receives, I don't know what an SEBI clearance is, another one of those acronyms. But from the Securities and Exchange Board of India. Okay, so so that has popped briefly anyway. EBIX got up to 15. It's pulled back to 1384. This is shortable for me also. This is shortable. Well, I mean, this got up to what, 14.99. You can kind of see that if it can get over 15, there's a ton of room still. If this news is as sterling as initially was viewed, I mean, this got up to what, almost 15. You can see on the daily chart that 1490 is a key area to get out of or to get through, because if it can do that, then the next high is 1781. Hmm. Thank you, William. Yeah, it's 1 minute to the open, guys. So let's have a great start to this trading week, a full week now. And again, I typically don't trade in the first 15 minutes. Try to let things settle down a little bit. See if anything is sneaking in here. So EBIX, just heart this thing. Okay, I've had an alert set for GME underneath 22, guys. I keep thinking that this, if it really gets rolling down, doesn't mean I'm going to take the trade right away, but there's that TGTX. Just talking about that. The high looking left is around 1750. The next high is around 18. This is on the move here, TGTX, TGTX. WDC, Western Digital, WDC on the move here. 1879 is the next high. I'm sorry, this is GFAI. I'm sorry. Yeah, the next high is around 37.97. We're on 38 for WDC. Okay, guys, JFBR is still, we just made a new high, JFBR. And that's something to do with they acquired some company that is a big Amazon seller, I guess. Acquired it for, I guess they had been looking at this and now they've completed the acquisition. So it's a big gap up for JFBR. Low float, 3.3 million in the float. Market still continues to sell off here. A couple of from the YouTube room, CRBG. Yeah, the volume's not there yet. I mean, 12,000 shares, so the volume isn't there. And TSM, Taiwan, TSM. Well, it's got some room, I guess. I mean, 85.85. It looks like around the next low looking left. So it's got about $2 to that low. Q1 sales trail the estimates. Wow, look at TGTX, guys. TGTX just straight up so far. Again, I don't take early trades, but this is shortable for me. So I'd be looking at this 18 level to see if it stalls there. And EBIX mentioned this one just as I was opening the room. Wow, what a breakout now. Huge breakout now. So this is obviously it's a big deal so far. The Security and Exchange Board of India, SEBI clearance. I wonder why. They do a lot of work in India or something. Wow, EBIX, just straight up, guys. I mean, I said the next high was, I didn't expect it to get that close so soon, but it's only $1 away now. All right, running down ZIM. Oh, this is really now they declared a dividend. I think that this is the reason here. It's not really the big gap down. They declared an ex dividend or something, but it is continuing down now. ZIM. EBIX. Well, I didn't even see this, but it showed up on my 10-day daily breakout, but too early. TGTX, the same thing. Wow, 1751. Just too early for me to take these. All right, guys, AUDC now is looking weaker. Had a little bit of a pop up pre market, a little bit of a pop up. I mean, it was still way down, but now it's looking weaker. AUDC, they're guiding poorly. They have earnings on the 9th and they're guiding poorly. AUDC, lots of shares available to short at Interactive Brokers anyway. This may show up on my 10-day daily breakdown. Problem right now is no volume. Oh, wow, it's low volume, 89,000 shares for it to be down 14%. Another one moving here, guys. EOSE in a choppy daily chart, but this is starting to break out a bit here. EOSE, not a low float, 76 million in the float, so certainly not a low float. It's got a little bit of room. This EQT's got a little bit of room. 34.56 is the next high. Looks like. No, I'm wrong. 33.53. So it's at 33.37 right now. Energy play, energy sector anyway. Well, EBIX just man, oh man. I mean that I never thought that news would be that big a deal for EBIX, but obviously it is. Or the perception is that it is. Casa, you know what? An extended vacation is not the worst thing. I mean, unfortunately, under those conditions, but extended under those conditions, I understand. I mean, I'm not trying to make light of it. I lived in Montreal during ice storms and all that, so I know the whole deal about not having power for several days when it's really cold. BNRG, guys, BNRG. I think I've really ever seen this one before. Another Israeli stock. All right, guys, AI now is underneath 22 and looks weak. It looks weak, or it's weakening. The low on Thursday was, I think, just over 20, 2050. Yeah, look at WDC. Holy smokes, look at WDC. Well, with that float, that's a big move. 36 to 38. So some of these energy plays are just CTRA, EQT. CTRA is another energy play. I just don't like the fact that when I look left, I see all this. I don't see a clean break out from here. Boy, GFAI though, so it is trading really on its own. It's not when I say that, it's not now reliant at all on what AI is doing. Because AI is got a big red candle. This is just absolutely ripping here. Of course, that float all to do with it. And the high looking left is 1880. Tech's down quite a bit. NAS is down, not as much. SPY is off a bit. Okay, so this one is a gold play. Yeah, this is the gold miners. Inverse though, inverse. So that means gold must be going down. Just check that trade of the week. I don't think it triggered. Remember, the trigger is 605. Yeah, so it did not trigger. Got to 604. Literally got to 604. So it did not trigger. NG is the trade of the week. And we have a halt. I didn't even see these halts before. So BNRG just got, well, resumed actually. BNRG resumed their small energy play. JFRB, I didn't even see that it had been halted. JFRB halted on the way down. All right, we've almost got 15 minutes into the book, so now I can take a look at some stocks a little more closely. Can't see if I saw any news for TGTX other than the fact that it was doing this in the pre-market, but I'm not sure I see any news about it specific today. All right, JFBR just resumed. All right, WDC now. WDC, the 200-day moving average, getting relatively close, only $1 away. That's that green line you see on that daily chart for WDC. How's Micron doing after MU? Is it still holding or is it selling off? No, it's holding. So WDC, so these couple of semi plays, WDC and Micron, still holding. But maybe they're being affected by the same deal as Samsung, the Samsung news, which has helped Micron. Maybe it's helping WDC. WDC. ONSC, or sorry, ONCS. It's actually an AI play alert also. Big pullback from the highs in the pre-market, 258, all the way back down to 151, but starting to move a little bit here. Again, I could not see any specific news for it. Oh yeah, no, these are the ones that they've withdrawing their. I guess they were going to do a financing of some sort. So that was the news. Okay, BNRG just ripping here. Now this is another one not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. You would think that maybe two might stall it. I'm looking left on the daily chart. It has some action around two, but maybe, but maybe not. So this is the news for it, but no, this is on the 5th. This is not. This is on the 5th of April. So This is not any news today that I can see for BNRG. TWLO. Sometimes I think I should get rid of my phobia about not wanting to trade in the first 15. I mean, some of these 10-day daily breakouts, they just keep running. But I got to stick to my plan. There's BNRG, and it's halted again. Give me a moment, please. So you can see right here, guys, I'm running races now on the major sectors, okay? So you can kind of keep an eye on what the major sectors are doing. So there is the SPY still moving down. So you can see energy. I saw energy at the top here. XLE, where are you? Oh, I did see it, but look at XL, look at energy. So there's some good energy plays. Remember, energy was the only one that was about 50-50. The rest of the major sectors were below 50%. In other words, the stocks, majority of their stocks. Oh, BFRG, guys. BFRG following, yeah, GFAI. So that is now taking out that high of Wednesday. And that is the BFRG. Don't know that one. Yeah, is that in Canada? X-Man Trader, Prosper Trading prop firm. I know there are a lot of some prop firms are in Canada. I don't know if that's in Canada or not. I don't know anybody in the room that has any experience with them, but ooh, this has got some room. SWN has got some room. Five, no, maybe not. Sorry. 527, the next high is 545, so maybe not. Yeah, this one's got a little bit of room. TWI, guys, a little bit of room. You know, a lot of resistance around 1060. There's the next high looking left is 1006. So if I can get through that, then you've got all this on the daily chart right around 1060, which is, I think far enough away. What's the volume like? Yeah, I mean, it's 5 times normal, not huge absolute volume though. So this one's got a little bit of room, SYNH, SYNH. It's got a little bit of room. The next high looking left on the daily is 39.69, so about $1 away. All right, guys, kind of watching AUDC here. See if it weakens anymore. AUDC, if it weakens anymore. Again, not a lot of volume. I mean, it was 36 times normal, but again, only a couple 100,000 shares. All right, so this is sort of a gap up and reverse STR. It's sort of. I mean, it gapped up and it's trying to reverse. It got close to the 200-day moving average, STR. The next low looking left is 24, so it's got some room. But I'm not getting too many new alerts right now. Okay, here's another one that just got halted. BSGA. BSGA got halted on the way down, I guess. This is one of those SPACs. Have they actually indicated who they're looking to buy or merge with? The BitDeer deal. So it sounds like a crypto play. Oh, wait a minute. Blue Ground acquired on-demand furnished rental company. Okay, well, I don't know about that, but I mean, now proposed merger with a crypto mining company. So now they filed a proxy outlining the terms of the deal. Hmm. Yeah, GCTK, just a continuation play from Thursday through the excuse me, through the 200-day moving average. Oh, this one's got where's the support for CUTR? Boy, another break of 22, and this it's not an all-time low, but let's back this weekly chart out just a little bit. Looks like 21, and that's back in December of 2020. So I don't know. Boy, there's BNRG. I don't see any news on it. I mean, they had news on the 5th, but that is the last news that I can see. Getting some kind of a $610,000 grant. Look at this, right into the 200-day moving average. Again, another one not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Right into the 200-day moving average, 257. Poked above it just a little bit, but now it's fallen off it. Just not shortable for me. Whoa, oh my home. OMH. I don't think I've ever seen this one before. IPO or SPAC started trading like that a few weeks ago on the March 20th, the week of March 20th, OMH, out of Singapore. Hmm. 7 million in the float, so not a lot in the float. Got as high as 469. The next high looking left is 509. AUD, okay, guys, AUDC, AUDC. I think it's a low. Yes, it is now. AUDC is a low, market low, pre-market low. Took out the pre-market low. AUDC starting to sink here. What happened with Tupperware? They basically came out and said, you know what? They gave a going concern warning. In other words, their ability to keep going. They warned. That is for Tupperware, TUP. All right, guys, I'm just kind of looking at, yeah, somebody mentioned the ELOCs, a little bit of a bounce. It's doing really nothing. And bottoming tail, topping tail, trying to move a little bit here. This is a 4-day run into the 200-day moving average. 650, 692 is the 200-day moving average, so that's close. Yeah, OMH, or is a terrible spread, 450, 471. Yeah, let's take a look at the SPY volume. I know it's early, but let's take a look at it on the daily chart. Yeah, just a little sliver right there, 11 million shares. It's early, but still, the first half hour, not much action. CIO. I don't think I've ever seen this one before. CIO. Well, okay, the 577. I mean, if you discount all these little areas where it could stall, but down here, 577 for CIO, looking left. Yeah, meanwhile, TGTX, just again, I don't see any news on it. Not for today. Boy, oh boy. Yeah, I didn't really see this until, I was opening the room. I mean, I did see this little move up here, but I didn't think that much about it or much of it. Your storage, PSTG, take a look at PSTG. Yeah, you're right. Absolutely right. PSTG into the gap. The high, 25.85. So it's above that. Yeah, that's got a lot of room. Next high looking left is 28.58. There is a 200-day moving average at 28. So this has got some room. Got a couple of dollars to the 200-day moving average for PSTG. Nice spot there, Rob. I don't think it's showing up on, the reason being is the relative volume. Most of my scans has to be either, I think, a minimum of two. So that's why it's not showing up for me on anything, but that is a nice break. If it can start to really fill this gap. AI, guys, AI is starting now to drift away from that 22 in a big way. Still feeling the effects from that Caresdale report, even though they came out with a pretty well crafted news release on Thursday, trying to defend themselves, but doesn't appear to be taking that much effect today. Worked a bit on Thursday with that green candle. Well, the room this one has is glucotrack, GCTK. I'm looking left on this weekly chart. I mean, it got through all of this like nothing. So all these areas could have been some resistance, but certainly got through these areas like nothing. All right, so YPF has a little bit of room. It's got to get through that whole number, and then it's got to contend with 1236. If it can get through that, 1271. So it's got a little bit of room. Stock out of Uruguay, or I'm sorry. You know that Argentinian flag out of Argentina. Ah, what's moving? Well, GTK is moving right. GCTK is moving right now. EBIX earlier. TGTX. There's are all some stocks that are moving. You have trade ideas, greatest ever. AI is moving on the way down. AI moving down, guys. AI moving down. Weakening, weakening, weakening. Wow, fabulous, Mike C. I think you took this one, and some others took this one. This just GCTK. Look at this. You want to know what's moving? This one, fairly low float, 10 million in the float. All these little areas that I thought might stop it, not even close. Not even close. Hmm. So this is really a continuation on Thursday. And let's see now. Davidson reiterates oops, wrong stock, wrong stock. They're reiterating a buy on AI of $30. All right. That headline, can we get out of there? If you've got any analysts are, on this one, trying to put maybe some lofty price target on it. I don't see anything. Not shortable for me either. Interactive brokers. Yeah, Rick in our YouTube room says he took CNK around 1604. Well, if I look at the weekly chart, certainly 1767 is the next high looking left for CNK. Well, what is AMC doing? I saw AMC was kind of weak in the pre-market. It was starting to move down. Let's see if the AMC is. Yeah, okay. So CNK and AMC, obviously movie chains, theater chains. Market's putting in a bit of a comeback now. So bounce plays maybe can start to work a little bit, depending on how many more green candles we get. Wow. Well, this 10-day daily breakout certainly has performed today. It just, for me, they're just too early. Now, the GCTK, obviously I could have taken it too, but I just looked left and I thought there's just too much resistance to keep moving. And I was completely wrong. The same with the BNRG. I always look left and I see all these little areas where it could stall. EBIX and TGTX just too early for me to take. I don't like taking trades in the first 15. But if you look at this, if you're a little more aggressive than I am, TGTX 1751 on the alert, and it got up to wow 1869 over a dollar. EBIX $16 on the alert, $16 on the alert, and it got up to 1779. So again, if you're a little more aggressive than I am, those two would have worked beautifully right from the beginning. And these are two. This is a scan that I am sharing. Well, I don't think anybody's going to be chasing GCTK. So I shouldn't be chasing it. If you're not in it now, I mean, what is the next high on the weekly chart? Next high is 333, and if we get through 333, I mean, yeah, I mean the next high is 423. My goodness. I certainly can't, Gustavo. Okay, so I'm going to direct you to our homepage. You have to give them your email address that you use to sign up. Okay, and all I can tell you is that passwords, etc., are case sensitive. Both the password and your username are case sensitive. That's probably the biggest problem or reason that people can't get in. But let me give you our homepage. Okay, so if you click on that homepage link, Gustavo, if you click on the homepage link and then wait for the little pop-up, there it is, questions and answers, and click on the ask and give them your email address and say you're having problems getting into accessing the web-based version. Okay, and maybe they'll take a look at your account, but more than likely it's because passwords and usernames are case sensitive. Okay. The only other thing is that sometimes people forget to or don't understand that they have to complete the user agreements. The things that they say that you're not a professional trader, et cetera, et cetera. This is required from us by the exchanges. We hate having to do it, but they require it. That could be another situation, but best thing to do is just click on that link and they'll take a look at your account, okay? Okay, and I see that ONCS finally is starting to move a little bit here, guys. I know Shady took this around 160 or so. Coming into the VWAP, 181, that could stall it. Now, is EBIC shortable for me? I can't remember. Boy, how weak is this FSR Fisker, another EV play? Super weak. Keep waiting for AUDC to really break down, but it's not. It's just sort of hanging around that 12 level. So, I mean, if it takes out the VWAP, it might have a run. You know, VWAP's at 1229. So I think I'll stick an alert up in say 1233 and see if it takes it out. And there goes the ONCS. So through the VWAP. And GCTK keeps going. Again, I said that if it can take out with, again, I think it did. Now 333, I mean, there's your next level. 331, 331. If it can take out 331, I mean, believe it or not, the next high is 425. Again, I'm not saying it's going to get there. Okay, one rejection of that 330 level. So what I'm going to do is just stick an alert up here, 331 or so for GCTK. See if I can approach it again and take it out. Give me one moment, please. All right, sorry about that, guys. All right, so I see AI is it's still hanging around that 22 mark. In fact, it's had a bit of a pop now, so I guess keep an eye on the GFAI and see if it runs with it. Okay, BBW has some room, guys. BBW has some room. Looking left, 25.28, next high, has a little bit of room. Not a lot of volume. 146,000 shares. Oh, definitely a nice alert from the AI on ONCS. It took a while, but 161, and then it finally started to move. So it's up 30% now. That is from our AI. Again, using it like a watch list. Every now and then you're going to see one that is just a big, big percentage mover. Okay, guys, so this is settling down a little bit. SYNH got a little bit of room. Looking left, 39.69 is the next high. Then 39.90. If we can get through those areas, I mean, the high 41.50. So it has a couple of dollars until that high up here. If it can just make its way through these two little areas, SYNH, decent volume, 7 times normal volume. Guys are talking about Hertz, HTZZ. Oh, yeah. So the next high looking left was 1578. I think it probably got up to that level, 1579. It's exactly where it stalled, within a penny. They can get through it again. 1644 is the next high looking left for Hertz, HTZ. SMCI. We mentioned that one. A little more expensive, but yeah, it's got some room, maybe. 110, yeah. So it's got $5 to the next high. SMCI. Again, guys, this SYNH has a little bit of room. If it can get through the 39.90, which is not that far away, then it's got some room to 41.52. Okay. So keep an eye on this SYNH. I'm just trying to see if there's any specific news on it. April 27th, it's earnings, so it's not an earnings play. I don't see any news on it. I mean, this is a big move for it. 14% with 100 million in the float. That is a big move. That is the SYNH. All right, AUDC. Is it finally going to get up 12? See what the spread is. All right, guys, I was able to get, not that much, but I was able to get a short on AUDC. I don't like the spread right now, but we'll see what happens on the AUDC. It's over 12, I'm out. Able to get it between 85 and 88, so we'll see. I don't like the spread right now, but see if it can continue down at all. I see AUDC. You got ask to catch up to the bid. All right, starting to catch up a little bit. Just waiting to see if this can get into, say, maybe the 50s or something. 11, mid 1150s. Talking with the AUDC. Okay, guys, market's putting a nice little move here, actually. Not a bad little move, I should say. We have a little disconnect right now. We have the Dow down a little, Nasdaq down a lot more. Nah. All right, guys, I'm just watching the AUDC. Just watching. I want to get that spread a lot tighter. Not that I can do anything, but just waiting to see if I can get that spread a lot tighter. 1171, 1180 right now. 71.79. Okay, guys, again, I'm just kind of waiting on this AUDC. I'm liking a little bit better now. 1162, 1174 bid ask. I mean, still not a great spread, believe me, but I want to see if this thing get into the 1150s. Okay, I'm sorry, I've got to concentrate on this a little bit just because of the spread. Okay, if the spread were not, as If the spread wasn't what it is, I could look at some other things, but the spread is just a bit of a concern for the AUDC. I mean, I could take some profit right now, but I'm trying to get holding out for a little bit more. Mm. Ooh, okay. All right, guys. For me, this is turning into a nice little winner. AUDC. Take some off this area, probably. We'll have a bit of a spread issue, but I've been able to take some out, so that's good. I mean, look at that. 1155, 1178. Come on. Ask, catch up to that bid. All right. I'm okay because I've been able to take some out, so there's no way I can, if it gets back up to where I shorted it, I can just take it out there. Meanwhile, ELOX, the high right there. No, I shouldn't say that. The high is 725, I guess. Yeah, 725, but it is on the move. Right at the 200-day moving average, which is 692. So it's right at the 200-day moving average, ELOX. And what sort of room does it have on the weekly chart? It looks like the next high is 731. So it's had just a great 4 days now, coming from 260 up to 7. Yeah, somebody mentioned Burr before, BUR. Yeah, still in play. This is all about somehow getting some money out of the, again, I cannot tell if it's a government or some company, but it's kind of maybe one and the same, of Argentina. I mean, it's all well and good to be awarded liabilities, but how are they going to collect? Oh my goodness, I just mentioned ELOX, guys. Look at the pop. Look at the pop. I just mentioned it. It's not because I mentioned it, but wow. We're just saying it was sitting right at the 200-day moving average, and then it just went boom. Man, I mean, what a move, guys. This was, I mean, just when I was talking about it, we're just sort of sitting on the 200-day moving average. It moved $1 in what, 30 seconds? I'm talking about the ELOX. When was that upgrade? Today or earlier? All right, guys. Well, at least I did okay on the AUDC. Nothing spectacular, but still have some in case it really collapses. So it's time for me now to go over a little bit what you're going to see on my homepage, some of the scans that I'm sharing. Okay. First of all, if you're new to the room, welcome to the room. This is the format Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and about 3:20 p.m. Eastern Time. Live on the mic, sharing my screen. All right. I put my homepage link in. If you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. So this promo code is still valid, Easter 25 for 25% off the first month only or the entire year. The Trade Ideas subscription, click on Get Trade Ideas. See how much Trade Ideas costs. Never mind that 20%, okay? Don't use this. Oh, gosh, I can't believe I got to point that out. Come on, guys, attention to detail. Oh, I'm wrong. I am wrong. Could have sworn I only saw one G. Okay. Note that don't use that promo code. Okay. Use Easter 25 and you'll get the 25% off. So don't use that promo code. Use Easter 25. We have four plans, an annual and a monthly for premium and standard. Annual premium is 2,000. Annual standard is 1,000, less than 25% in both cases. The big difference is the AI. AI, how I use it is as a watch list. No more auto trading, okay? Don't even think about auto trading the AI. But ONCS 161, we got over two, so that was a nice move for it. Okay, I use it like a watch list, and that's it. You don't have to go on an annual plan. In fact, do not. Don't start off with an annual plan unless you absolutely know you want the program. I say that because you have to look at the terms and conditions of a refund. Some people take out an annual plan without even knowing what the program's all about. I can't understand that. So you can always start off with a monthly subscription. Month standard is 118, 228 I'm sorry, premium is 228, less than 25% in both cases. If you maintain a monthly subscription, this is what you'll pay going forward, 118 and 228. If you do take out a monthly plan and you decide you do want an annual and you do it within 30 days, you will honor the 25%. So it gives you 30 days to evaluate whether or not you want an annual. Now, you don't have to take out an annual plan. The obvious reason for taking one out is that you got to pay up front, but obviously on a per month basis, it's cheaper. Your monthly rate is cheaper if you can afford the upfront cost. That's the reason for doing it. If you do take out a subscription, you must do the get started. You must do it. There's no, please do it. You must do it. Okay. It goes over your download and install, your first startup and login, etc. 10 short videos take you about 30 minutes. This is a software program. There is a learning curve. If you're new to trading, we've got a nice little trading course for you called Trading 101. Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put this together. Okay, so if you're new to trading, I would really suggest you take a look at this. I do a daily stock of the day video. And hallelujah, I can say it. Look at this, guys. First one of the day in the 10-day daily breakdown, AUDC, and I'm in it. Still in it. I know it took some off, but I'm still in this. First one on the 10-day daily breakdown. You can sign up for the trade of the week. It is free. It'll get sent to you before the market opens up, usually about an hour before the market opens Monday morning. I don't think it triggered this morning. It is NG. Let's take a look at NG. And no, it did not trigger 605. It got within a penny at the 604. The trigger was 605. So, how you trade it will be up to you. It's a gold play. These are meant for longer term trades. Big education section is here. Here's our user guide. Click on the user guide. And at the very least, there's a getting started again. At the very least, you should know what an alert window is, the A window. A top list window is the T window, and know something about stock racing. Okay. The other thing I would really look at is trading price alerts on the charts. Really simple to do. Okay. There's the getting started again. Daily support. So today is Monday. Now, normally it is Chris, but I think he's busy. So I believe it's going to be Andy filling in for Chris today. I'll confirm that. I'm just following an internal discussion. So I think it's going to be Andy taking over for Chris today. Okay. But before I take my break, I should say, first of all, I take a break between 12 and 1 Eastern time, and one of the other traders takes over in our YouTube room. Again, typically on Monday it is Chris, but it'll probably be Andy today. But again, before I take my break, I'll put the YouTube link in so you can head over and listen to whoever it's going to be. And last, here are my scans that I'm sharing. So again, if you click on my homepage link and you're saying, well, where are the scans? You have to scroll down a little bit, okay? Here are the scans. If that's what you're interested in, here are the scans. This is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market act is up and down using the same format for almost 10 years, okay? This is what I use to locate the stocks, well, obviously the ones that are active up and down in the pre-market, sort of maybe get a plan to figure out, well, what stock should we be following once the market opens. Two races that I'm sharing. I'm not displaying them right now. I'm actually displaying a sector race. These are two races that I am sharing. 10-day daily breakout and breakdown. Boy, talk about producing on the daily breakout. And I don't know how much further down AUDC is going to go, but those are the scans that I'm sharing. The momentum scan. So this is what you're seeing here. Okay, basically this momentum up. This is this scan right here. Now, if you want the momentum down, I'll show you how you can create it. It's just the flip of this. I like to show people how to do it as opposed to just giving them the link because, yeah. Hey guys, see finally that the spread kind of caught up 1152, 1150, 1142, 1150 now. So anyway, here's the Halts resume. So these are the scans that I'm sharing. So if you decide to take out a subscription, I'd really appreciate it. If you use my homepage link, click on it, then you can use this promo code Easter25 for 25% off. Okay. Also, if you save my homepage link, then you can always take a look at my scans anytime you want and the big education section. By the way, so here are my price alerts, okay? It doesn't matter what they are, but here's how simple it is to create a price alert. I'm going to go down to AUDC. All you have to do is go to a chart and you have that dotted line, follow the dotted line down, and you can stick a price alert wherever you want. Right now, that's at 1140. So I'll right click and maybe make it under right now what the price. 11:49. I'll make it just a little under so we'll see if it can trigger. It's at 11:46. Create the press alert, 11:46. Of course, I can make a change right there if I want. I don't typically put notes in. You can if you want. That's how simple it is to do. And see how, shoot, wanted to show you. If you minimize your price alert window, what happens when a price alert happens? It'll pop up on your screen. Okay? All right? And that's what I recommend you do. Minimize your price alerts window. You don't have to have it up and running, or at least you don't have to have it taking up any screen space. Even if you have the screen space, I think it's better to minimize it because then when a price alert happens, it'll pop up on your screen. So you cannot miss your price alert. What I do is I sort on the trigger time column. So I'm always going to see the last one right at the top. I actually also put a sound alert on it using the actions and following this. So because I have a wireless headset, sometimes I'll wander away from my computer and I'll know, of course, what my sound is for price alerts. I'll come roaring back to see what it is. So you cannot miss it. Chorus, could I please post a link to your site? Yeah, there's my homepage link. Okay, right there. Just put it underneath. There's my homepage link. Yeah, if you save it, then I do change up the scans from time to time. In fact, I think I'm going to add a couple to get rid of a couple. I don't want to have it too overloaded. Does the Alpha Trends 20 still work for the discount on the eight? No, the that I don't know. So let's take a look. I should talk about this. So this is an add-on, okay? Oops. Yeah, just give me a moment, please. Okay, so this is an add-on. Okay, this is all to do with the anchor. Wow, look at GCTK, guys, I missed it. I flat out missed it. So even though, we were talking about the SPY and, overall market volume is really low, doesn't matter. Here at Trade Ideas, we can always find things to trade, okay? We're always looking for these alpha stocks that are kind of trading, big on their own. So I don't know if the code is going to work. Best thing to do is just check and see if it works. Alpha Trends 20. See if that still works. And the answer is no. Okay, not working. So that was, I don't know for how long that worked, but it is not working now. Now that this is all to do with anchored VWAP. Okay, I haven't talked about it at all yet today. If you click on New from our toolbar and the dock channel bar, you'll see there is a channel called anchored VWAP. Easter 25 works. Okay, try Easter 25 then, Jeremy. Then you'll get 25% off. Okay. Thank you, Pepe. So what the anchored VWAP is all about is Michael Noss at Trade Ideas has created a bunch of scans based on the anchored VWAP. So what I would do is I would click on that. If you haven't subscribed to it, you click on the anchored VWAP, okay, channel, and then a pop-up will appear. Let me show you. New, again, new docked channel bar, and then anchored VWAP. Okay, so read through this, okay, to determine whether or not you think this is something you want. Okay, read through this. And then these are the scans that have been created so far. If I right click and select strategy and hover down to AVWAP, here are the anchored VWAP scans that have been created so far. And Michael Noss, who is creating these, is in the process of creating an intraday one, I think on a 15-minute chart. Okay. So he'll be adding, I don't know how many more he's going to add, but this is an add-on and it is $49 a month. So if you're into the anchored VWAP, you can sort of check to see what is happening. And those scans that I was showing, they're more for swing trading, okay? And I'm not a big swing trader, but I can't wait for him to come up with the 15-minute one, and I'll probably take a look at that. All right, guys, so it's 11 o'clock, so I'm just keeping an eye on the AUDC, see how much further it can go down. And again, where did I see AUDC? Saw it in the pre-market, my pre-market scan. Okay, pre-market actives down. So we saw AUDC, talked about it in the pre-market. Remember, I opened the main room no later than 8 o'clock Eastern time. Normally it's earlier than that. I think this morning, super early, 3:30 my time. Not that I wanted to, but I opened the room pretty early. You can chat amongst yourselves. I get on the mic at 9, and that's when I start talking about the stocks that I'm seeing in the pre-market. This was one of them, AUDC. So again, if you're new to the scanner, I mean, that's what we are. We are a scanner. We're a screener and a scanner. Okay. So there is a big difference. There are a lot of screeners out there. So if you look at my scans, but I'm going to show you the momentum scan. If I click on new and then dot channel bar, and then click on show more and click on the momentum channel. These are all theme-based channels. So this is a momentum channel. So you can see there's an alert window, the A window, and we call it momentum, and it's basically the same as what I am sharing in on my home page. It's called Momo. So when you look at this, if you want to know what a scan is looking for, you right click, configure, summary. So this is the screening aspect of trade ideas. As I say, there are a lot of screeners out there. So this is the screening aspect. These icons right there, these are filters. So if the stock is between $1 and $50, the current volume is at least 3, meaning it's trading at least three times normal up to this time of day. This is giving it the momentum. The volume in the last minute is at least 1,000% of normal, and 5 minutes is 400% of normal. So if all these screen values are met, filter values are met, and the stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. Okay. So You might say, well, wait a minute, 1056, how come there's nothing new? Well, the reason is no stock since I just loaded this has met those filter requirements and made a new high for the day. The last time that happened was at 1056 Eastern time, and it was GCTK. The price was 373. Moment, and you can see right up there, but it pulled back from from there. I mean, there's where it made the new high right up here, and then it pulled back. Doesn't mean, so just because the stock makes a new high for the day doesn't mean it's going to keep going, of course. But that's what, so that is what Trade Ideas is great at. We've got many, many alerts, many, many filters. Show you what they are. If I click on the search now, so these are all the real-time alerts that we've got. Don't get hung up on how many we've got. Right at the very top, the new high of the day, new low of the day, all real time. But we have a lot more, many more. And if I scroll down, these are the filters that we've got. Now, why do we have so many? And again, you don't have to learn them all. We have a lot because when the company started, first of all, they figured that most people did not want to have to learn a programming language in order to create their own scans. So they had to create enough real-time alerts and filters so that the majority of our customers could create the type of scan they're looking for, with all the different types of trading styles out there. But you don't have to learn them all. That's one of the questions we get. Well, how am I going to learn them all? You don't have to learn them all. Okay. LVO guys, LVO just showed up, live one in the momentum scanner. LVO just showed up. So what you're seeing here, this momentum up is in essence what I'm sharing on my homepage called Momo. Okay. Right beside it it says DR momentum up, which stands for don't repeat. So why I like to do that is that I can then take a look. This is the first time that all these filter values were met. Okay. So if I look at, if I go right to the beginning here, so here's GCTK as an example. Right at 9:30, we had an alert at $1.60. And I can click on that and I can do one of two things. I can take a look, say on whatever time frame I want, but I've got a 15-minute chart here. You see there's a little blue arrow. Now, if I had a 5-minute chart, what it's showing me, this is the candle in which the alert happened. If I had a 5-minute chart up, it would show me the candle on the 5-minute. I had a 2-minute chart, it would show me the 2-minute. But I have a 15-minute chart. So this is telling me there's where the alert happened. What happened afterwards? Well, you can see it had a tremendous run. Here, every time GCTK would make a new high, I would see it over and over and over again. Okay. So this is sort of nagging at me, telling me, hey, don't forget about me. Over and over again, I'm making a new high. This lets me to go back and say, okay, well, how good was this? How good was that first alert? Now, are they all going to be like this? Of course not. We had EBIX, another one that was early, 931, 1559. Again, there's the blue arrow. So at 1559, before it pulled back, got up to 1776. Pretty awesome. A $2 move. And this is on the downside. First alert for AUDC was at 1150, 1192. Okay, and now it's at what? Well, you can see right there, the low was 1139. So from 1192 to 1139. Again, now don't get confused by this up arrow. The up arrow means nothing. And that doesn't, in other words, it doesn't mean to go long or short. It's just alerting you to the candle. Okay, so don't confuse this saying, well, wait a minute, is this telling me I should go long here? This is not telling you anything. I mean, it's not telling you go long or short. It's just telling you there is where the first alert happened. Well, it means, okay, don't repeat for the day. DR means don't repeat for the day. So we have, if I right click and I click on properties, and then there's don't repeat, one of the options. I click on don't repeat. So I have my choices. Except sometimes, you don't want to see some of these fast moving stocks can make new highs every second. So you don't necessarily, sometimes you don't want to see them over and over and over and over and over again. So you have some options here. I don't repeat for a minute, don't repeat for 5 minutes, 15, 30, an hour, or for the day. So I've chosen for the day because I want to see the first alert, and then I can go back and say, okay, what happened from that? Okay, but you do have some time options. And again, just because you get an alert here doesn't mean you take the trade. I mean, this is just alerting you, to a situation. That's why the program is called Trade Ideas. It's an idea. And then, you have to figure out, that's why, you have to do some practicing trading using our simulator. And it's simple to use our simulator. Now, you have to be using to have access to the races and also our simulator. You must be using our downloadable application, not the web-based version. So the simulator is loaded. If you click on New, Brokerage Plus, it's called Brokerage Plus. This window will pop up, okay, and then it'll say not connected, and you click on Simulation. There are two options underneath Brokerage Plus. One says Live, one says Simulation. If you have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, you can actually use this window to trade from within Trade Ideas. But I like to demonstrate its use as a simulator, okay? These are two trades that I guess I kept this in from last week, the YS, and I've kept this GME short for quite a while now. This is how you can practice if you want to practice swing trading, you can. You don't get out of a trade. So if I want to take a trade like KAL, when I click on the alert, the symbol should show up. You pick how many shares you want to trade, the price you want to get in at. Oh, first of all, one thing. You click on sim, it's going to change from not connected to account. Click on account and then click on simulated trading default. Now you're in our simulator. Okay. Now you can practice trading using our simulator. Our simulator uses our real-time data, so you don't even need a broker. Look at Cal. Holy smokes. Look at Cal. Yeah, so I say that because if you're still unsure about who your broker is going to be, but you want to practice trading, no problem. All you need is our standard service, and then you can practice trading using our simulator. I cannot emphasize enough to practice trading before you actually commit money to the market. And I'll show you how easy it is. I'll just take this just to show you. Okay, I'm going to take 400 shares. The bid ask is a pennies, basically. So I'm going to click on the buy and send it. And now I'm in the trade. See how I'm in the trade? 400 shares, LVO at 138. I want to get out of a trade. All I have to do is highlight the trade and flatten it. I'm going to do that just because I'm just showing you how to do it. Boy, Ebix, what a nice short that would have been. Yeah, I don't know how many of us have shorts available, but unfortunately, no shorts available for me at Interactive Brokers. Oh, you know what? Now there are lots. Up here, there weren't any at Interactive Brokers. It's not that I can remember. But now there's been a lot of short covering. Though I know when I looked earlier, there were no shorts, but now there are 477,000 at Interactive Brokers. I know when I looked earlier, there were no shorts available. As we say, c'est la vie. Well, look at Saito. Wow. Look at this one, guys. CYTO. It has earnings tomorrow. Not that I think it matters that much, but has earnings before the market opens tomorrow. But look at the float, 1 million in the float. Look at the potential room. We're at 211 right now. There's a high of 215. There's one at 210, so that's above that. Then there's a next high at 238. I mean, if it can get through that 238, look at the room looking left. No, I did not mean Sal Avis. No, no. C'est la vie. Wow. I mean, this has got some room. Pre-market, what did it do? Got up to 226. CYTO. Let's see if there's any sort of news on this one. Yeah, I don't see any news. Let me just make sure of that though. I don't see any news, but well, maybe okay. Reports conclusions from independent meta-analysis of clinical studies, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So, okay, I guess that they're suggesting whatever they did, the market's liking it to a certain extent. Here, guys, I'm just verifying it'll be Andy today in our YouTube room, not Chris. I know it's not going to be Chris, just a matter of who is going to take over. Boy, this CYTO guys, I mean, look at the room if it gets going. And it's not because of earnings tomorrow. I mean, I don't think anybody expects these little bios. Nobody really cares about the earnings. No, look at E-locks. Oh man. I mean, look at CYTO, look at E-locks. E-locks, from the pre-market guys. I mean, you just saw in the pre-market, E-locks was moving. So the big deal on this one, I mean, if it can get through this 215, yeah, this 238 or 232, 238 is the next high looking left for CYTO. I have to put an alert there. I'm gonna put an alert around 233 just to see if I can get through it. Because if it does, I mean, man, look left, there's a huge amount of room you could keep moving to. And it is Andy. Yes. Okay. It's going to be Andy in our YouTube room in about 40 minutes. And before I take my break, or not I'll put the YouTube link in. Yeah. So the Momo, Carlos. So the Momo is on my homepage. Okay. The momentum down is not, but I like to show people how you can create your own because it's just using the flip feature. If you want the momentum down, all you have to do is you take my momentum scan from my homepage called Momo, and just like to show how you can flip something. In other words, basically using the same filters. Now you're looking for stocks moving up with the same filters versus stocks moving down with the same filters. Okay. So instead of having to recreate something from scratch, well, let me just show you how you can do that. So if I'm going to duplicate it into a free floating window. Okay, so here it is. So what you do, let's say for argument's sake, you take the Momo scan from my home page, and then and that's momentum up, and you want to create the flip of it, momentum down like this. All you have to do is right click and you duplicate it. Duplicate the window. The reason you duplicate it is because you're going to still want this window, okay? But now all you're going to do, now you right click, configure, and flip it. So what will flip do? Well, first of all, let's just click on the summary. So the things that can be flipped, obviously you can flip a new high to a new low for the day. You can't flip price ranges or current volume or shares, but you can flip this. Stock was up 2% from the previous close. You can flip it down 2% from the previous close. So watch what happens when I flip it. See, new low, down 2%. So all the flip does, it saves you from having to recreate something. If you want to keep, the same volume and all these other things, instead of having to recreate it from scratch, this allows you to flip it, what can be flipped. And then of course you would give it another name, call it momentum down, and you're set to go. So the reason why I want to show it like that is because you could have a scan that you've created and maybe you want to flip it. Okay. Not that I don't want to, give you them, like not just you, Carlos, but it's good to know how to do some of these things. Meanwhile, I mean, this is, and why am I displaying this instead of? I mean, this momentum scan is just pretty awesome, I think. But boy, keep an eye. I mean, the CYTO, I mean, if it ever just really gets some more volume and breaks out here, I mean, I would set my alert for about 233 or so to see if it gets close to that 238. And, kind of remember what happened to the other one, the, um, the CGTK. And all of a sudden it just, no, it wasn't that one. What was the one that was near the 200-day moving average? Was it ELOX? Yeah, ELOX. I mean, look, remember what happened to ELOX? They're all going to do it. But, it was at the 200-day moving average and it just broke right through. But instead of having just to have to watch it, you just put a price alert. Just put a price alert on it. CYTO, just put a price alert. And again, it's so simple to do. Just you move your mouse around. You see the dotted line. Put it where you think you want to put a price alert. You right click and create price alert. Now it'll say 220, but I mean, if you want it at 221 or 230 or some other number, you just type that in and then save it. Okay, blue line will appear on the chart. And if it gets up to 220, you'll see the price alert window will pop up on your screen. Meanwhile, I still have some AUDC left. That's on the short. Yeah, the LVO. I mean, next high looking left. I'm not in this one, but next high looking left is at 140. The reason you see this little buy flag here is because remember, I was just showing you how you can take an order, do an order in the simulator. I got out of it immediately just because I was just trying to show you how you can do these things. See how that happened, guys? See how my price alert window popped up on my screen for CYTO? Right at the top. Can't miss it. No excuses. Gonna get rid of the price alerts. And you can have up to 500 price alerts. Nobody needs 500 price alerts. Okay, but you can have 500. You can have 500 price alerts. But again, nobody needs 500 price alerts. If you have 500 price alerts, it's because you're lazy. Okay, it's because when you make a price alert, what in my opinion, maybe on the weekend, take a look at all the price alerts that you created. Some of them are going to be, you won't care anymore that you've got a price alert. So you put a price alert for this one at 220 and now it's down to 10 cents. Do you care that there's a price alert at 220? No. So go through your price alerts and start eliminating the ones that you don't need. And it's a good exercise, see what's happening. Check charts. Well, the CYTO guys, I mean, look left on where it could go. Again, and we're not saying that it could get up to, we're not saying it's going to get to 507. But this is the sort of look that you sort of should be salivating over because, if it get through that 238, then you just take chart resistance out of the equation of why something won't keep moving higher. Obviously, many other reasons. There could be a lot of profit taking finally, I mean, it's up 23%, super low float. So you got to be careful because of that float. But you can take one reason why a stock won't keep moving higher out of the equation, which is chart resistance, which is what I like to do. That's why you'll always hear me say, look left. I look left on a daily chart. Next high I see, well, I mean, the next high is 238, but after that is here. Now, if I look left on this daily chart, excuse me, and everything was, every candle was underneath the current price, that's when I look at my weekly chart to check where the next high is. Boom! CYTO guys? So Frank, I can't really answer a question like that. Okay, what's the best way to use anchored VWAP for swing trades on the? Well, I would not use it. I'd probably use it on the either the weekly or the daily. Probably not intraday. Okay, I'm not a big swing trader though. Okay, but I would probably use it on the weekly or the daily. So if you looked at, let me just quickly go over. So I go to the dock channel bar and click on anchored VWAP. Okay, so the pinch. This is probably what I would look at, the pinch daily, because what this is showing me, so if you look at the weekly and the daily chart, you notice that it automatically is going to draw these purple, these lines. These are the anchored VWAP from the top and the bottom, okay? And so the idea is that, especially if both these lines get closer and closer, sort of pinching, all right? Here it is on the weekly chart. So right now, the idea is that if it breaks above, then it turns into potentially a long. And if it breaks below, potentially a short. Okay. But I think, for me, that would be way too far apart. But let's take a look at Moderna as an example, mRNA. Let's see what's happening. It's starting to get a little closer on the weekly. You can see that if it gets above here, maybe that turns into a swing trade for you for Moderna. Okay. But I'm not an expert on that. Definitely not an expert. If you, Michael Noss, who created this, will be in our YouTube room tomorrow between 12 and 1, and you can certainly grill him on this sort of stuff. But I think that's the idea, though. I'd probably start off with a pinch, the daily one. This is sort of one of the ones that shows up immediately, and check out what you're seeing. Click on the various alerts, various symbols. See how close they are to either moving above or below the lines. Okay. So I don't know what the best is, but certainly I would say certainly the weekly or daily, not the intra 15 or 30. Well, first of all, there isn't one 15 and 30, not yet anyway. I think Michael is creating one, which is more for intraday trading. Okay. So yeah, that's what I would do. I would just click on these alerts and just see these symbols and see how close they are. Are they moving above a high, the upper anchored VWAP, or below the anchored VWAP? Okay. The other thing too is, I mean, you could always read his book, Brian Shannon's book, and study the whole concept behind the anchor view app. And oh, did they do it? I was looking at ONTS to see why it dropped so much. Yep. Okay. Look at that. 125. 125. These scumbags. I mean, I'll just say it, guys. I just find it, I mean, most people, I shouldn't say most people, but a lot of people won't swing this. It's just an intraday trade, and that just wrecked it. That just wrecked it. I mean, you may have had a stop in place, but that probably, depending how many shares you had, that could have gone right through your stop. You may have only been able to get out a certain amount, depending how many shares you had, because that probably went down so rapidly. Okay, so Frank, did you pay for that add-on? Because I think I can help you. If you paid for the add-on, okay. So you have to be on the latest beta. Okay, if you're not on the latest beta, then that because that question came up a couple of times on Thursday, and that was the answer. People had paid for it, but they weren't on the latest beta. So the latest beta, give me a moment. If you go to download, I have to check to see what the latest beta is. So it's 5.6.46. Okay. Now check to see what you've got. Just click on help and about. Click on help and about, not a boot. Now I'm on a development version, but if yours does not say 5.6.46, then that's the reason you're not seeing it drawn. I was told that when you sign up, it does say that, but I guess people miss that. So can you check to see what version you've got just by clicking on help and about? And if it does say 5.6.46, then there's another issue, which I'm not aware of. But that was the fix. We had several people on Thursday say the same thing as you, not seeing the lines drawn, and that was the fix. They weren't on the latest beta. And once they got on the latest beta, and then you'll see the lines. So can I get an answer from you, Frank, to see whether or not that is the reason that you're not on 5.6.46? Okay, well, Frank, I don't know if you can hear me, but okay, I think that's the answer. Okay, you have to be on the latest beta. Hmm. Give me a moment, guys. Typing. Okay, good. Now you can see. So you downloaded the latest beta, Frank? Is that what happened? You did download the latest beta, right? Oh, okay. So you had the latest beta. Okay. It was just something else. Okay. I mean, yeah, Frank. I mean, that's the whole idea. That's the whole idea of the scans that Michael created. The lines will automatically be drawn, and that's what you're paying for, really. Well, there's no recommendation this week. There was a trade of the week. I should. Well, it depends what you mean by that. Are you talking about the swing trades? SW swap hand? You talking about the ones that go out Sunday night? Okay, so are you a Trade Idea subscriber, or are you just a subscriber? Okay, I'll only ask one question at a time. Are you a Trade Idea subscriber? Yes. Okay. Well, if you click on New and then Dock Channel Bar and then Swing Picks, okay, you can see these probably Sunday night. Okay, and here they are. This is the email that goes out. You can see it right there. You're not going to get an email. You're as a subscriber, you have access to the swing picks. So here they are. Okay, and here they are. Okay, okay. Answer your question. You're good. I'm talking to Swapan. You don't get an email if you're okay. Please listen, not just yourself, but please listen. We do get this question. If you're a subscriber to Trade Ideas, you get this automatically. It's just, all you have to do is go to the Swing Picks channel. Okay? You don't get an email. You automatically, it's part of your service. And all you have to do is just go to the Swing Picks channel. And, I think you may even see it Sunday night. You'll certainly see it Monday morning before the market opens. But you might even see it Sunday night. Okay? Just go to the Swing Picks channel. Only people who get an email are those who just sign up for only that, the Swing Picks, the $17 deal. Okay? But if you're a subscriber, you don't have to subscribe to it. It's just part of your service. You just have to go to the channel. And then that email pops up, basically what they get. This is what they get. So here it is right here. So it's all laid out for you. Okay? All right, guys. Well, let's see. 11:46 already. So I'm still in my AUDC short. There's been really no reason. I mean, it did take some profit, but I mean, there's no reason to get out of it yet completely. So meanwhile, look at the COCP. I mean, this was an early alert at 9:30 at 217, 238 now. All right, guys. Sorry about that. Just internal discussion. How ugly was that? So there was a big pop up for CYTO and then a big sell off. Hmm. Well, reset my alert at 2:33 and see if it takes it out again later on. EBS, yeah, I know shady. I've got that one actually thumbnailed. EBS. Well, it's been at least hugging the VWAP, so that there's that. It has been hugging the VWAP and not really break down below it. Hmm. I hope nobody got hurt on the ONCS, guys. I really do, you know. You wandered away from your computer. I mean, I hate it when a company does that midday. Okay, guys. So again, getting close to my break time in about 9 minutes from now. H lit. Let's take a look at H lit. Yeah, maybe it's got a little bit of room. H-lit's got a little HLIT, it's got a little bit of room. The next high looking left is 1519, and then you've got a shot to the 1560 before we get some resistance. So it's got a little bit of room. It's not a low float. They don't all have to be low floats, of course. I see AI is breaking down through the VWAP, but it's been a choppy one today. Pretty darn choppy. I was actually really interested in shorting it down here, but it's been kind of choppy. There's the VWAP 220, 2227. All right, guys. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put the YouTube link in, so you can head over and listen to Andy today. And he'll be in our YouTube room between 12 and 1. So he's not there quite yet. Yeah, BUR is at the high of the day. All right, next, ICPT, ICPT. So what's the next high looking left for ICPT? Well, 1549, so it's got some room. And the 200 day is up here at 1577 or 1571. So ICPT has some room. Fairly low float, 35 million in the float. Piper Sandler putting a 54, raised to $54 from $49 price target. And the stock's at 14. So that's pretty aggressive. Okay, guys, I'm just going to put my announcement in. Ooh, EBIX now. Take a look at the shorts availability again. Yeah, boy, this is looking, this takes out 15. This takes out 15. I mean, this looks pretty juicy as a short, but I'll be on my break. But, I mean, the reason it got up there is just because it got, I mean, okay, I shouldn't dismiss it, but received clearance from the Securities and Exchange Board of India for a proposed initial public offering, an IPO on the Indian exchange. Well, okay. Okay, guys, I won't put myself on mute in the YouTube room, obviously, but I'll put myself on mute in the main room. So yeah, so for those who can hear me on YouTube, I mean, this looks really interesting on a short for EBIX underneath 15. Look at all the room underneath. Market is not that it's really being affected too much by the market at all, but doesn't hurt. The market's maybe putting in a big red candle. AI giving up that VWAP, guys. AI is giving up that VWAP. 2227. A little more. Takes out 22. I just find this so hard to trade intraday AI. Davison reiterates a buy on them. Minimum $30 price target, trying to come to their defense after last week's short seller report, which really just absolutely crashed the stock. What's AI? The stock? AI? The stock? AI? Now there's a little ping, so I know Mr. Lindloff is in the room. Hello, Andy.
Hey, Mr. Barry, how are you, buddy?
Well, thank you for coming last minute
Well,
for the Mr. Varley.
no problem, no problem. Sorry I couldn't be early. Just we're thin today, so I'm kind of juggling a lot of duties over here.
That's okay. That's okay.
Yeah.
Actually, it's been a pretty interesting day, I've found anyway, for a Monday morning. I didn't think, didn't think it was going to be much. I mean, the overall market volume is nothing to speak of, but there have been just some fabulous little guys just making the moves. And I'm sure you've seen them
Yeah,
too.
I've noticed a few. Are you talking on some of them on your watch list?
Some of my watch list, some of the momentum scan that I'm showing,
Okay.
some of my daily breakout. Don't get too many alerts from there, but about 4 of the 5 of them just ripped. I'm just too conservative to take them early, before that
Oh
first
yeah,
15 minutes.
I hear you.
It's hard for me to do it.
Well, it's
Never.
it's it's hard for anybody to do it because a lot of them just get thrown back down, man. It's just-
Yeah, I know.
yeah.
But if I keep seeing it over and over and over again,
Oh,
on the 10
I
day
know.
daily breakout, maybe I dip my toe in one. Of course, that'll be the one that won't work, but I shouldn't say that. That's being negative. So that's,
I know, Barry.
but it's
But
hard to break old habits. It's just a habit, and I just stick to it. Do not trade in the first 15 minutes. And I just been sticking to it, but it's hard sometimes when I see these things. Just in that my 10-day daily breakout has just been what a producer.
your 10-day daily breakout.
Yeah, one of the scans I'm sharing. Even the
Okay.
10-day daily breakdown, I've only had one today, and that's AUDC. And I mean, look at the breakdown now of
Oh, nice.
AUDC. Yeah,
Okay.
and that's the one I'm in.
Nice.
Still in that one. See if it can break down a little bit further. All
So
right,
let
my
me ask you
friend.
this: Do you have one? You have one for the downside and one for the upside?
Yes.
Which has been performing the best lately, or about equal?
Well, if you'd asked me about 3 months ago, I would say the 10-day daily breakdown.
Mm-hmm.
But I would say that they're almost equal now. The
Okay.
breakouts and the breakdowns almost equal. And the thing is that I don't get very many of each. I mean, in the breakout today, I only have 6, and in the breakdown, only 1.
Oh wow. Okay.
So it's because I've got a relative volume of 8. So I mean,
Okay.
other filters, of course, but so they've really got to be trading really abnormally for me to see it, and that's what I want.
Okay. So TGTX would have probably been on your breakout
Right at
this
the
morning.
beginning at 9:33, yes,
Yep.
9:33, and the alert would have been at 17:51,
Okay.
and you
And
can see what it did from there.
SYNH would have been on there, or not enough
No,
volume? Okay.
not enough
Okay.
volume. EBIX though, EBIX at 9:33 also, and the alert was at 16.
Okay.
And you can see it
Oh, well,
tacked on a couple
you
of
had to be
dollars.
fast on that one, didn't you? Mm.
But here's another one, GCTK, and the alert would have been at
GCTK.
9:56 at $2. What do you
Oh
think of
yeah,
that one?
yeah. I remember seeing that somewhere.
Yeah. So you should have my scan, Andy.
Yeah, yeah.
You
I
should
need your
have
scan.
my scan.
Well, I was going to say it's very similar because my Master Blaster looks for I think 10-day breakouts. I know my Extreme Volume High Low Pro, but and let's see, PXD was coming through there this morning, but that was quick and didn't last very long.
Right.
Uh, but cool. All right,
Yeah.
Barry. Well, listen, get you. You got to go take a break, man.
Yeah, I'll take a break. My
All right, buddy.
my voice is giving out, so I will take a break. Now, can you go to one, or do you
Oh
have a
yeah,
meeting that you
absolutely.
have to get
Yeah,
out?
I can.
Okay, cool.
All right,
Thanks,
buddy.
Andy.
Uh-huh. Bye-bye. Hello, traders. All right. So some of you guys are in here for the first time. Let's see. This is the portion where we hijack Barry's live stream and we open it up for anybody who may have questions. Uh, regarding the software or trading. We talk about trading for sure. Talk about stocks. Hi Frank, how you doing? Hi Jaka, is it? Maybe Jaka. Hi Iris, how are you doing? And look at the spies here. Wanting to roll back over. Looks like it wants a date with this 10 period moving average. I'll put an alert right there just in case we get down there, see how it acts. But anyway, hope everybody's having a good day. Okay, Frank, you're trying to learn the software. That's a good thing to do. It's a very prudent and wise thing to do if you're a trader. I know some people they come in here and they get frustrated really quick. I've seen them get the software and 2 hours later wanting to cancel just because they felt like it's too much for them. And I tell everybody it's like if you're going to invest in being a trader, you got to invest your time just like you would in any business and learn the stuff that's going to help you succeed in trading, and trade ideas can definitely help you succeed in trading. There's been too many cases of traders coming through and testimonials of ones that have became very very good traders with the help of trade ideas. To be fair and no offense intended. Okay, so I feel like something's coming after that. Jaka, Jacob. Well, you know what? It's funny that you say that because we are in the middle of. I don't even. I guess it's okay for me to say this. uh, moving over to AWS right now, and it's going to have a total different look and feel. And but I hear you. Yeah, it was based on the Windows uh, scaffolding, if you will. And very powerful. It can do things a lot of these screeners, I'm going to call them, not scanners, because they're more like screeners can do. So nobody can beat us when it comes to real time alerts. But I hear you, and we are in the middle of a migration, and hopefully in the next couple of months, it will have a total different look and feel to it. So it's coming. It's coming. It is a huge migration though, obviously. And I'm not a tech guy, so I don't know any of that stuff and how it works. But I know I've seen it, and it is going to be really cool. Is there a new version? I don't think there's a new version out. I'm working constantly with the we get betas. It seems like we get at least one a week, most sometimes two a week. So constantly working with the new betas, but I don't think there's a new one out. Now, Iris, don't quote me on that. Sometimes they sneak it by me. But you can always go to help and about, and it should tell you if there's another one available. I think uh, maybe that's not the right place. I know there's some area where it tells you, but no, I don't think there is. Iris, hey Mike C, what's up, buddy? Let's see what the big boys are doing today. Let's see. I had them up earlier. I think I already had one loaded. Let's see. There it is. Yeah. Okay, it's your first day with this software. Okay, well, you have a lot to learn, Jaka, and yeah, put your head down. When of course, I was one of the very first users of the software. I'm user number 40. Going back to 2001. So uh, I started trading with the CEO Dan years ago. It'd be 98, I believe it was 1998. So yeah, it's one of those kind of things that it looks very ominous at times when you start to see everything it can do, but if you put your head down, you're going to find that it's quite intuitive, and boy, you can get real creative with all of our filter sets and alerts and creating some really cool stuff. You're listening to Barry in the background. I don't hear him in the background. Maybe he forgot to turn his audio off to the trading room. Frank, I've never been one to need a whole lot of screen real estate when it comes to trading. I keep it kind of simple. I got two 27-inch monitors, and that's fine for me. I don't need four monitors. It's just overkill. Uh, Peter, now you might have. Do you have maybe a video playing or something with Barry on it, or maybe one of his alert windows? uh, does anybody else hear Barry in the background? Okay, so yeah, Peter, you might have a video running or something somewhere in the background. Jaka, yeah, let me look and see. I don't on my race layout here. I don't have that up. Uh, uh, so we just go to new and let's pull up the strategy trades window and take off the any profitable and just see. Yep, you're right. There were three. One was an SMG short. Ooh, boy, nice level entry if it's up there. That's actually looking like it might start to work here pretty good if it breaks down through this level. So SMG short, yep, there was a VHC long that is looks like it's doing nothing in a very sloppy range, and ONCS long. Woo, boy, that was you had to it was a great trade from here to here, but boy, you this is why I say that when you look at the AI results, how a trader can get better results than what AI is posted, because this is one where if you got this thing in the 160 level and it goes up here and you didn't take profits and you let it come back to a negative, that's just poor trading. So there was definitely some great opportunity there on that move on that ONCS. So I'm not going to call that a bad call, because man, you had about, what is that, a 25% gain there. You're having a really hard time with Microsoft Edge today, huh? Uh, yeah, I don't know. I can't help you there, Peter, when it comes to when it comes to Microsoft's updates or upgrades or something like that. It probably had an update overnight. What OS are you on? Edge is there. So are you on the desktop, I mean, the web version? Because that's the only thing Edge would affect. It wouldn't affect your download because that's just their browser. Are you talking about their operating system? Which operating system are you on? 10, 11? I mean, you shouldn't have any problem unless you're running like, 7, maybe 8, then you may have some issues, but Microsoft Edge should have any effect on your desktop version. You're running 11? Yeah. Yeah, it's probably not, if you're running it's because I have 11 as well and automatic updates, and I haven't, it doesn't have had any issues with the platform. Okay, now I just heard a symbol go up. I'm looking at berries. I'm not seeing anything recently in berries. Not sure where that came from. Sure, I don't have a alert here. Huh. I don't know. Well, let's see. The cues are acting. I was going to talk about the big boys, wasn't I? The cues are a little bit below their 10 period moving average. I noticed AMD and Nvidia tried to kind of pop up today, did go positive. See how that's been, but some of these other ones not performing very well today. I noticed Apple was struggling this morning. It's a pretty big move for Apple, 2.5%. If it's going to be hard for the Qs to go and the spies really if Apple's lagging. Netflix alert right there. I'm not doing too much right now. I've see, I'm long some SPSX, and I'm in the money. I think I can't remember where I got it, but I picked some off because I just did not trust this break. I haven't trusted any of these breakouts, and we get up to the upper end of this range. I'm always kind of fading it to protect my longs, and then what happens is I end up getting stopped out of some longs. So anytime we kind of get up, the upper range right here, I end up putting up typically a hedge, and then I get stopped out of a lot of my trades. And now I have to say I'm a little bit net short. I did buy some BABA on Friday. Love the way this was setting up, and so I grabbed some BABA, sold half. I'm still in some. Uh, not doing a whole lot. I mean, took a couple of small positions because of K-Web. you guys know I like to try trade China is on this been holding this 20 period, so I took a little chance with some smaller trades today. Not even worth mentioning. Tiny positions for a possible entry on this on K Web if it can hold this 20. But I like buying pullbacks. If I'm going to go long in this market, I do not want to buy. I'll give you a great example. These this CrowdStrike was looking really good the other day right here, and you can see it broke out of this little range, and then look what happened the next few days later. You see a lot of that, so I'm not one uh, in this market to like to buy highs, multi-month highs. It has to be really good volume and really breaking out on some good volume. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with it. It's just not my. I'd rather buy pullbacks. UNG, boy, it's been trying to. It's actually holding up pretty well today. Been trying to find a bottom forever. Is Samsung noted out there too? I'm not sure what you mean by that, Jaka. What some? Oh, geez, I was going to buy that. I like the way this was setting up here. Not which one was it? That was a nice setup coming into the day. VST was one that's been on my radar. Uh, Another this electric power distribution have been doing really well, and I like the way this is setting up here. A couple of big moves and been finally back above all its moving average. See, I had alert this morning go off. I'm gonna set another one there. That may be worth a swing if I can get above this level, back above highs. Take a look at some of its competitors are actually down today. Apples are down because PCs are dying out. Ah, interesting. Yep, there you go. KRE had a little strength this morning. Now it's falling back, getting down below all of its intraday moving averages there. It's had a hard time getting a bounce. I'm looking at a range. Should I look at 120-minute or 5-day? What numbers I'm not sure, Peter, what you're talking about. Time frames obviously are subjective. Uh, are you talking about the charts? My day chart? Yeah, I don't know what you mean by what numbers am I looking for. On your daily chart, I mean, obviously you can scroll it out to look as much data as you want to. I'm not sure what you mean by should I look at 120-minute or 5-day? If you're talking about the 5-day moving average, this red line that's in my 15-minute chart, this only works on the 15-minute chart. Okay, and it's at 130 uh, is is how you set that up. Boy, it's a slow day today, isn't it? I guess it's the after Easter kind of lull. I'm sure a lot of people probably took today off as well, but very low volume in the spies. Relative volume 0.71. Just not a lot going on. Yes, Jock, it's only for U.S. stock exchange and Canada. Canada is little bit wonky because of their exchange fees. We don't want to. So some of the data for Canada stocks you're not going to get. The alerts work in real time if you're using alerts and if you're looking for stocks on the Toronto Stock Exchange and stuff like that. They work. There's just going to be missing some data if you have some columns. It's going to be missing some data because we don't have enough traders to trade Canada to justify uh, paying for all the exchange fees they have for data. But yeah, mainly I would stick to the U.S. stocks. So Micron's actually having a nice day today. A gap up, moving sideways here. I don't know if they were the benefactor of something that Samsung talked about, but Nice. Take out the news here from just Google News. Yeah, it looks like that is the reason. Yeah, Jocko, we have a lot of traders in Europe that use IB. Yeah, yeah, you should be able to connect uh, our brokerage plus with IB. Keep working on it. I'm sure you got the video on the steps to go through to do that. And if you can't figure it out, Chris is pretty good. He's off today. He'll be back in tomorrow afternoon. Or he's off the first few hours in the morning, but uh, yeah, he's good with uh, figuring out what you're doing wrong. There's another one getting because I was in Tesla on this day right here. I bought it on this day right here. Great move. I ended up scalping it, even though it was a swing trade, because you see so much of this where they just look like they're going to just explode in the next few days. Seeing a lot of that with a lot of stocks. Some of them keep going though, just like Nvidia did back over here. Just had a nice little pop up and move and went for a couple of weeks. But majority of them, they fell. And SPY's getting a little lift now. AI stocks could not get going today. They tried, kind of failed there. Yes, Calvin, I'm not sure if 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 you call it the quote unquote tick feed. I'm not familiar with that. I know it's real time data from both NYSE, Nasdaq. Um, so I can just tell you, yeah, I know it's real time, and but yeah, but to say that we take the data from the tick feed, I don't know. I don't know about that, Calvin. You have to submit that uh, to info@trade-ideas.com because I'm not sure exactly when you say tick feed if that's the Dawn of the Dead car races. I hadn't pulled that up in a while. Let's pull that up and see what's happening. Wait a minute. Oh, I must not have saved that race. Well, let's just run one. Let's see what it looks like. There's that VST. I may have to buy this. Nah, I'm not gonna buy it. That Elox is on Dawn of the Dead. That was a nice one today, Mike C. Have to and this one was on Dawn of the Dead. Man, there were some good ones. Even AMC is on Dawn of the Dead there. Yes, Jocko, we do this. We take it over for Barry for 1 hour, and this is uh, a lot of times, especially when we're doing test drives and other promotions. People come in here if they have questions regarding the software, kind of like we got a few of them in here today. So, uh, but we're all experienced traders. We've all been trading for 20 plus years. So a lot of times, what it turns into is being a just kind of a session where people want to ask about stocks and kind of what we've been doing lately. Uh, most even though I'll day trade every now and then, I'm mostly a swing trader. I day traded for 17 years, kind of like Barry does. And I just got busy with other stuff that I started. I think the SPY is going to go to highs now. What a tricky market this is. I know, man. I need to get back to that Dawn of the Dead. This SWN, keep an eye on this one, especially if UNG, if Nat Gas starts to finally find the bottom. This is maybe one that will trade. It's mostly even though it's oil and gas, I think it's pretty sure it's mostly Nat Gas producer. So yeah, keep an eye on that one. $5 a key level. If you GCTK, is it going again? Yeah. Well, you can't stop it. Wants to go back to highs. And the spies just poked their little head up, running into their 5-day moving average. And keep that open over here. Okay, yeah, sure can. You just grab it from here because I know I got a lot of. There you go, Dawn of the Dead, and we'll take a look at the configuration. Not a lot to it. Okay, you're looking for stocks or a position in lifetime range. They have to be in the lower 10% of their lifetime range. And but the position in 5-day range, they have to be in the upper 10% of its 5-day range. So a pretty straightforward alert, basically looking for stocks that may be coming up out of the grave. Thus the name Dawn of the Dead, crawling out of the abyss. You're welcome. Be careful with it though, because they are in a nasty downtrend. I mean, even though you look and some of them having some explosive moves today, if you zoom back in the big picture, you're going to see they're kind of in a death march. But this one, boys, had some earning. I mean, it's had some nice volume last 3 days. There, huge volume a day, and you'll find a lot of biotechs on there. Every time I cringe every time I see Crocs up at this level. Let me put it on a weekly and tell you why. And this is why, if you have kids, watch what they do and what they're wearing, what they're watching on social media. Uh, weekly. Now we're gonna have to do the monthly. There we go. So she's a senior in high school now, and back when she was in, I think, seventh grade, I noticed she came home sporting a pair of Crocs. And I'm thinking, because adults, we think, oh gosh, ugly shoes. Well, majority of us do. Uh, so this would have been, around what, 2017, 2018. I remember it was trading around $12. And I asked her, I said, Are those popular?" She goes, "Oh yeah, man. A lot of kids. If we love them, everybody's wears them." So I obviously didn't heed the message. I kept an eye on it for a while, and me having that short time frame, looking for stocks that are super active. But anyway, what a move this has had since I asked her that question. Of course, it had a pullback here in March when we had the pandemic and all that, like everything else did. But boy, what a nice looking chart on the monthly there. Yep, I could have just bought it and forgot about it at $12. And so anyway, moral of the story is you can get amazing information from your kids. Now, don't just rush out and buy a stock just because kid says it's, you still got to let the charts kind of confirm it to an extent. Because Snapchat was the same way. Snapchat, obviously, uh, it basically it's come back since. But I remember when same story here. I'm not going to pull up the weekly, but it was trading around the same area, 12, $15, and of course, thing went all the way up to 80 before it came down. But she said, "Oh yeah, kids love Snapchat." But now that TikTok, that was before TikTok, so now I don't know. Yeah. Andy, put an anchored VWAP on the latest swing high and swing low for Croc's monthly chart. All right, let's do that. All right, so I'm assuming you mean right here. Okay, and it is the purple line, and I'm assuming you mean right here on the low. Okay, let's just do it right there. Ah, interesting. They're converging, converging anchored VWAPs. Well, I'll tell you what, if they both come up here to this 100, put an alert right here just in case and forget about it. And who knows, one of these days it goes off and you look at it and you got these anchored VWAPs meeting the price, the converging anchoring, that'd be cool. VWAP.
No,
But
no, no, Andy. You're missing the point of what I put that in there.
well, all I did no point. I just read what you put in there.
I know, but
Okay.
why I put a million A's? It's my
Uh,
mission in life to get everybody to pronounce it the correct way, not VWAP, but
oh,
VWAP.
VWAP. Okay.
It's the VWAP. Okay, that's my mission. I'll mute myself again.
Okay. Dollar doing this. Dollar still squeezing today. Well, starting to weaken a little bit. Spies back up to their 5-day moving average. It's where they kind of stumbled last time. Let's see if they can get through there. Yeah, I noticed that earlier today. AMD and Nvidia was performing well, and so it's hard to hold those semis down. Well, look at CNK, a nice move last couple of days. What's GME doing today? Not a whole lot. AMC doesn't look bad. Bitcoin is doing well today, I see. And some of the stocks associated with Bitcoin are doing well too. Good Lord, this thing. Well, SPY still kind of butting heads with that 5-day. Just don't know if it has enough volume to push it through. Let's see. We got some earnings this week, huh? We got some bank earnings, I believe. Friday. Trying to break out in this O cup. Yep. You got. Yeah, we do have a lot of headline news today. I mean, this week, CPI, of course, PPI, and something else too. Yeah, it's gonna be a busy week for news. And then kicking off earnings season. How are the banks holding up? Just kind of flat on the day. Yeah, I can't expect a whole lot happening. Who knows? Next couple of days. So rig doing. I keep up with that one lately. Tried to do a bar reversal and got slammed back down. PTGX. Yeah, it today is kind of like the day anytime you have I'm not sure what this big gap down was. I would always be leery of entering a long position after that day there. But if I were going to, I would look for a break above this high would be 1885, would also be a break back above the 50 period moving average. But like I said, with this ominous move, this was just an ugly day. If I did take a position like that, I would, as soon as it came back through the 50, I would just get out, even if it was a swing trade. Uh, I would be banking on a reversal there, but I would rather have like slow grind down to this level over 4 or 5 days and then a reversal versus, I'd have to go back and see what that was all about. That's pretty bad, but uh, okay. Did a refi there. I mean, a financing at 20. Well, if that being the case, yeah, a lot of times they'll like to come in and defend it. So yeah, I would give it a shot if it's got yesterday's high, possibly, especially for a day trade. If you're just looking for a day trade, because that could be some momentum there. Once it took out that high, I'd be
Hi,
careful.
Andy.
Hey, Barry.
Yeah, they raised $100 million, 5 million at 20. So I mean, they did raise a whack of
Oh,
money.
they did raise a lot.
Yeah.
That
So
how many shares?
5 million.
Oh gosh, yeah.
So my thing on that one, I mean, we saw that last week, and would be if it got over 20 again, and maybe so the shock has
Mhm.
been absorbed, and
Mhm.
it might start to run from 20. I wouldn't be taking it until it took out 20, though,
Yeah.
personally.
Yeah. But then then when it did that, you'd be running probably into these downward sloping moving averages, but
Yeah.
yeah, who knows? Yeah, that psychological level of 20, and plus you're taking out that
Well, the
gap down
financing
low.
level, yeah,
Yeah,
that's the way I
exactly.
look at it.
Exactly. I got you.
If they
I got
can,
you. I
because we've
got
seen
you.
that many, many times, and I think it's impressive to be able to raise 100 million bucks. I mean,
Yeah.
and they did it. If you look at it, ETGX, let me bring up the chart again. So, I mean, I mean, would they have loved to have done it at 25, sort of that
Mhm.
high of about 3 weeks ago? Yeah. But, it's not like they did it at 10,
15. Yeah, 10 or 15.
or
Yeah, right,
15 or
exactly.
10.
Exactly.
So, you gotta take what this market will give you. And I think
Mhm.
being able to do it at 20 wasn't the worst thing.
No.
And yeah, we'll see what happens. Because I don't remember the news that happened that popped it up, but it was obviously some pretty good news that popped it up
Yeah, I would think
on the
so.
7th.
Right.
And so, you could look at it this way. Okay, they need money to keep doing their research or whatever the heck they're
Yep.
doing. And okay,
Yep. That's and at least they make, they're bringing in money. I shouldn't say they make money. They're bringing in, revenue.
yeah.
According to, yeah. So that's good. And
Well,
cash
you
the
heard
debt
it
and
here
cash the
first.
debt. Huh?
This is your Crocs trade. Okay, so take it
Oh, there you
now.
go.
And when it's
Yeah.
$120 2 years from now.
Oh, trust me, Barry, there's been plenty of biotechs that I scratch my head when I look back when I started trading that was, trading, for $3, $4. And, now I
Oh,
see
yeah.
them at 300 and 400. I'm going, oh my gosh.
Well, especially some of the pandemic stocks like Nova NVAX and I think even DVAX. I mean, one of those went from 3 to 200 or
Oh,
something.
yeah.
Now they're not trading
Yeah.
near those numbers anymore. But it wasn't like it was 3 to 200 in one day. I mean, you had all sorts of opportunities for months to get
Yep.
in, but it's just hard to commit.
It
You think,
is. It
okay,
is.
okay,
It
now it
is.
must be over. Okay, now it must be over. Okay, now it must be over. You know what I mean? You keep saying to yourself, how much more can it keep going?
Exactly.
Oh, man.
That's one
Well, I'm
thing.
in. Sorry.
I was just going to say that's one thing that's very difficult for me after day trading for so long, and even short-term swing trading is gosh, hanging on to something. I mean, I totally picked the bottom in Meta, dude. I was in it like at uh down here at like 90. Yeah,
Mm.
I was in it on this gap up right here. Now
Hmm.
I made some decent money and held it,
Well, you held to 200, didn't you?
but yeah, what's that?
You held
No,
to 200, didn't you?
no, hell no. I'm out at
I know. I know.
I think I got out of my last of it right here on this big red bar right there. I'm just yeah. It's hard to look at the big picture, man. Because I'm always
Yeah.
thinking, you know what? I know it's going to come down. I just get back in, and I did a couple of times, but I think I did hold a piece of it for a while, but definitely missed. The big
Hmm.
moves. Yeah, I
Well, I
did
keep
not hold
looking
it.
at
I did not
Amazon.
hold it into this earnings call. That's for sure.
Yeah, I keep looking at Amazon. And
Yeah,
I mean, it's $100. I mean, I
yeah,
just can't believe it's not going to. If I were a swing trader, if I were sort of a long-term swing trader, which I don't even know what that means anymore, but maybe a year.
yeah.
I mean, it's hard for me to believe that Amazon isn't going to run from 100 to higher, over a
Exactly.
year.
Yes.
It's just
Oh yeah.
hard for me to believe it.
I know.
But, it may not,
Yep.
but it's just hard for me to believe that wouldn't happen.
Yep. That is same thing, man. You sometimes you just gotta just do it and forget about it.
Yeah,
Even if it's 50 shares,
exactly. No, you're
just
right.
yeah,
50 shares and
yeah.
tuck it away for
Just
a while. I
forget
don't have
about it.
any grandkids like you, but, tuck it away for your
Yeah.
grandkids fund.
There you go.
Which is
You know,
what were you doing? Neo, I think you were talking about, right? Hopefully you got rid of it.
which
Wasn't
was
it Neo or Nio or something from
oh probably yeah. Not that was one year, man. That was by far my biggest winner, man. Yeah, I killed it.
hmm.
But no, no. Now I actually bought it the other day and scalped it out. Uh, at right here on this level right here where it pulled back for 4 days and then had that thing. I bought it on this day right here at like around 9:13. And I had a great move, but
Oh,
obviously
yeah.
I'm out of the last of it on this day right here. Now
Yeah.
I did buy a little bit today, so but just small
As
size.
you
I
whisper
love
that to me.
yes, yes.
Tell
I
me for
I
free.
you know I like to on these pullbacks just nibble, and then when it breaks above, buy more, and and then by the time it goes, but that's it's a different style, but I seem to do pretty well with it.
I
Hey,
just wanted to
buy
say,
low and sell high, right? That's what I
buy
was
low
always
and
taught.
sell high.
Huh.
Oh, yeah. Well, I'm in ALDX. I'm in at 1019. I want to see how this one does. ALDX,
Oh, ALDX.
not S, yeah, X. And I'm in at 1019, just sort of inching its way up. Looking left, it's got some
Oh
room.
yeah,
So
nice,
yeah, we'll see.
nice,
We'll see.
very nice.
Actually, yeah. So Andy, I'll take over now. You're
All
at
right, buddy.
105, so you did some
Okay, buddy.
overtime work. Thank you very much for that.
All right, no problem. Hey, everybody, see you later. Have a good one, Barry.
Okay. Okay, guys, I am now, let me get my music going. All right, I am back in all of the rooms there. The last thing on muted and get rid of the announcement. So I was just saying in the YouTube room that I'm in this ALDX at 1019. Why? Well, if you recall on Thursday, I was talking about creating a little something called the 20-day range high. Very few filters, and you can see ALDX was there, is here now, but it was down around the 1015 mark. I watched it for a bit and I said, oh, I'll take it. So I'm in at 1019, see how it does. This is one I think I may add to the one of the scans I may add to my homepage in my scan section. And Shady was talking about EBS earlier, and there is EBS. So it's a very, very simple scan. In fact, you don't even need to take it from me. You can create it yourself. I mean, it's really simple. Now you can have a different minimum volume if you want, and you can have a different price range. 5 and 6. The key thing is just it has to be above the 20-day high. Okay, and up 2% from previous day's close. So these are positive stocks that might be running a bit above the 20-day high. And so it's a really super simple. And you can, well, of course, have a different volume if you want. And then the flip of it, as I showed you guys how to do it, the 20-day low. Same thing, exactly the same thing, except just flipped. Down 2% from yesterday's close and below the 20-day low. I mean, it's that simple. And I have them, and the key for me anyway is to sort it on where they are in the day's range. So that's how I've sorted it. So these are stocks, what you see right here, these are stocks near the high or right at the high of today's range, today's high. And that's how I sort them. And then this one is the reverse. These are stocks near the low of the day. So I can kind of keep an eye. So I don't really care about all these ones down here. I'm just really interested on these ones. In fact, if I really wanted to, get rid of some of this stuff down here, all I have to do would be add the position in days range and make it at minimum, I don't know, 95. So that, all I would see are, I only see about 4 or 5 stocks, which is okay. Hmm. Is it really? Crypto's back up to almost 30. Wow. Let's take a look at BITO. Yeah, so you can see what's happening here. So crypto's having a good day. You can see if BITO takes out that 1788, which is right over here, you got some room. So if you don't want to buy crypto itself or Bitcoin or whatever, this is a pretty good ETF. It's got good volume all the time. Whoa, ALDX. I'll still have some of the AUDC. It's just really done nothing. Still around that 1150 mark. I'm holding on just in case it has another swoon down. What is the company that keeps buying Bitcoin? I don't know. Is it MSTR? Well, I mean, look at BITO guys. I mean, yeah, I mean, Pete's saying a huge amount of BTC futures bought last 30 minutes. Yeah, I mean, look, where are you? There you are. Look at this. And if it takes this out right over here, the 1785, again, the next highs are almost 20 for BITO. So they must have been down a whack if they bought at 30,000, and that's not recently, I guess. Let's take a look at Mara and Riot and see how they're doing. I'm sure they're ripping to a certain extent. Yep. Same thing. Look at this getting into that 200-day. Riot, what's Riot doing? Is it above or below that 200-day? Yeah, so Riot actually, guys, I mean, if you're looking at the two of them, Riot is, I suppose you could call it better, just because it's way above the 200-day moving average, whereas Mara is coming into it. Now, William, don't be cynical like that. I did see that Tilray was up in the pre-market, and I was trying to think, well, why would Tilray be up in the pre-market? Yeah, right. They release earnings after hours, such as they're going to be. NVT. Now, why did I have an alert set for NVT? Must have been done last week. Okay, interesting. It's got room 44.33. Oh, this one. This was the great short that day. There was that original alert for LVO at $1.32, but it did pull back. So it gave you an opportunity, I guess, to get in when it broke out through the VWAP, I guess. All right, INMD's got some room, maybe, but it's a little extended, unfortunately. But INMD, let's take a look left. 34.11 is the next high, and then after that, 35. So it's got a little bit of room. A little bit extended though, unfortunately, on the 15-minute chart. Well, this is holding. This is still holding pretty strongly, guys. This TGTX. And it's chopped around a little bit, but the trend is up still. TGTX. All right, guys, it's 1:17, so I'll do my video now. It shouldn't take too long. Okay, guys, yeah, I'll do my video now. So I'll just put my announcement in. Is it 118? Yeah, it's 129. Be earlier, but just in case, technical difficulties. So it should be back about no later than 129 Eastern time. I'll mute myself now. All right, guys, I'm back. All right, guys, not too much happening right now for me. Thinking about getting out of the AUDC. I guess into the high 50s, I'll probably exit. The ALDX, yeah, I'm looking for, if it gets into the 1030s, I'd be happy. What I'm looking for now is anything showing up in this momentum scan late, later. So the last one we had was at 1246, and that was Occupy, WCP. Didn't really do anything. Ooh, DRS guys, Leonardo, DRS, interesting. I don't know what this is, an IPO back here, maybe, or a SPAC. Probably was a SPAC based on the price. A little bit of a pop here for DRS. Defense stock, okay, so it's a defense stock. You know what to keep an eye on is that GCTK, okay? GCTK, keep an eye on this. This is just basing for the longest time, kind of right around here, a little choppy, but basing for quite a while now. And the next high looking left on the weekly chart is 423. So, I mean, it has room. It wants to keep moving later. I mean, look at the volume, 64 million shares, 10 million in the float. So it's traded the float over 6 times. ELOCs also. I mean, a lot of these that really were super active in the first little while, they tend to sometimes just kind of be dormant for a while, but then they just pick up again. So there's ELOX, ELOX. This is one that I think I saw this in the pre-market, ABR. Yeah, I saw this in the pre-market, but I didn't think much of it. The volume was, look at this though. We had had an alert to short at 1073 and boom, all the way down to 1026. Big recovery though, with the SPY. Is basically trading with the SPY through that VWAP. Yeah, LVO is kind of chugging higher. The initial alert was at 132, so it got up to 156. Is it still hanging in there? Yeah, kind of hanging in there. All right, guys, I've had no new alerts for a while. Yeah, AES, so coming at the whole number over the VWAP, but coming into the 200 day could be an interesting if it gets up here. Could be an interesting look to short AES if this 200 day moving average rejects it, and that 200 day is at 25.17. Looks like there's a lot of resistance right around that area too. So the 200 day and on the daily chart, which is about the same. Well, that GCTK guys is just hanging tough. Hanging tough. GCTK. I'm sorry. GCT. Yeah, GCTK. GCTK. Kind of hanging tough. Last hour or so, just in this range. Need some volume. Volume to pop it up. Does poor Tupperware have any bounce at all? Nope. TUP guys. Wow. Just looks like it's going. I have to admit, I think we have some Tupperware products. They last forever. That's the problem. They last forever. Boil higher. Okay. Wow, $3. Wow. All right, guys. Well, I'm not seeing too much, so anybody has any questions at all, please ask. I'm trying to not lose interest, but I'm just not seeing too much happening. Okay, I actually see GCG CTK perhaps breaking down now. I can't short it though. There are no shorts available for me at Interactive Brokers. So I know I mentioned this one I don't know, a few hours ago, probably a couple hours ago, H lit. And it's, it was, I think it was just over 15, inching its way up. Nothing fabulous, but inching its way up, H lit, HLIT. All right, actually, I'm getting a brand new one here. Game. Actually, two of them, CMPX and Game, just showed up in the momentum. So the CMPX has got some room into 213. I'm sorry, Game has room. Let's take a look at CMPX. Not as good. The 200-day moving average is right there at 352. So that could stall it. And if that doesn't stall it, the 360 level. So Game probably looks a little bit better. GAME looks a little bit better. It's got this area up here that it could start to fill, and it's trying. All right, guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back. All right, guys, almost got through two. Game. Boy, this was a sneaky one. HLIT. I mentioned this just over 15, right around here. And this has just been a sneaky one. HLIT. Moving higher without too many pullbacks. And again, showed up on the 20-day, whoops, 20-day high range high. It's interesting. I mean, it's not that the market is ripping or anything, but I had one on the daily breakdown. I mean, the market is sort of down. I mean, the Dow is down up a little, Nas is down a little, SPY is basically flat. Only one in the 10-day daily breakout, but we had these on the breakouts. So still in the AUDC, waiting to see if it has a major breakdown afterwards, and still in the ALDX. See if it can pop through into the 30s. That's it. Let's take a look at the SPY volume just for fun. So the volume was 63 million on Thursday, and we're at 38 million now with 2 hours and 15 minutes left. So yeah, but we've definitely seen some movers. I mean, there's no question we've seen some movers because a lot of these guys, they don't care what the overall market's doing. Rumble from the AI, just sort of noticing it now. Rumble, 755 was the alert, 793 now. Maybe 8 will stall it. Big short float, 20%. Big short float for Rumble, low float, and a high short float percent for our MBL. All right, guys, let's take a look at some of the scans from the VWAP scanner, okay? Anchored VWAP scanner. So I'm going to click on New Dock Channel Bar and then Anchored VWAP. And let's just take a look at a few of these to see if there's anything kind of interesting. By the way, yeah, I didn't, yeah, I mean, there it says you must be using 5.6.46 or newer. Make sure that otherwise the lines will not be drawn automatically. So let's just take a look at a few of these, see if there's anything that might be of interest. I know some of you like to swing trade. So this is designed more for swing traders. So the idea is you click on the symbol and these lines are automatically drawn. Hopefully you can see it on both on the daily and the weekly chart. There's a purple line on top and a purple line on the bottom. Okay, here's the weekly, and the pinch, meaning, if, especially if these lines start to come closer and closer, and a pinch. And if the price drops above or below, so above could set up a long, below could set up a short. Okay, so let's take a look. I know I looked at Moderna earlier. So look at Moderna. I mean, you can just see if it pops above here, that could set up a long situation for you. Now, I don't know what Michael says about, I mean, for me, if I were going to do this, I mean, the stop would have to be probably the low of this daily candle. Now let's take a look at some more. AACVA. See if there's anything that is actually popping above or below. This is, if you have this is an add-on. This is what I'd be doing. Just cycling through these and just see what you see. Well, see what you see. But like, well, look, I mean, look at KHC. You can see that there's a rising anchored VWAP getting closer to a pinch. I mean, these are not for me, guys. I mean, I'm not a swing trader. But on the other hand, if I saw something that poked above maybe one of these anchored VWAPs, either on the weekly or the daily, and I saw a ton of room, that would get me interested. Room, when I look left, there's a lot of room to keep running. That would get me interested. I mean, look at NLY. I mean, NLY is in danger, both the daily and the weekly, of moving down below. Again, look at Ruckus, RCUS on the weekly. I mean, it's getting closer. When I say closer to the pinch, I mean these lines are not that far apart. I mean, you look at this one, this BHP. I mean, right at the bottom here. I mean, if it takes it out, I mean, it tried this morning, 59. And when you look left, I mean, it's got some room 57 and we're way down here. And I'm not saying it's going to get there, but I guess that is kind of what I'd be looking at. And if you don't like the price range, don't click on it. You just in fact, if you wanted to, you could just sort on the price range. So if you only wanted to see stocks between, I don't know what the minimum would be, but say up to $20, and you just sort on the close, double left click. Now look at Acre as an example. So that broke down below. Now I know a lot of you probably don't want to. A lot of you will not swing a short, but I mean that broke down below. Now it may have come into a little bit of support. You know, another one that's trying to break down, MRC. Now, I think the other thing Michael is going to do is to have a column that will show you the ones that are closest to the pinch, the actual pinch. Okay, in other words, very close, like these two lines are close, and you'll be able to sort on that. I think that's what he said he's going to do. So tomorrow, Michael will be in our YouTube room. So, I mean, if you have questions, you know, come into the YouTube room tomorrow between 12 and 1 when I take my break. You can ask him, you know, well, Michael, how would you trade this? You know, AFYA, would you trade it? Does it have to get above this? I'm sure he's going to say yes, but ask him. People are asking, well, how do you trade these things? Well, here's your opportunity tomorrow to really ask him questions about the anchored VWAP and the scans that he has created. Look at Big. I mean, Big's trying to hold that lower, both on the daily and the weekly. Let's take a look at another one. Pull back to the to an IPO. IPO. Okay, Seadrill is kind of a weird one. Look at VTLE. Think too much there. So let's go to another strategy. And so remember, if you have this, if you have it as an add-on, just right click and in the scan, right click, select strategy. This box will pop up. Move down to AVWAP, and you can pick up another one. So you know, pull back daily. See what it looks like. So this is a little more interesting, maybe. Here's a pullback. Okay, a pullback. You can see on the daily, but you can certainly see on the weekly, it's pulling back to that anchored VWAP. Looks like it's anchored down here. And that's kind of what you're paying for. You're paying for Michael's I guess for lack of a better word, knowledge about where to start the anchor. But he's using it's math though. It is math. He's not just going through lots and lots of charts and say, well, I think I'll put the anchor here and I'll put the anchor here. No, no. He's using some math so that it makes sense. What that math is, I don't know. But you know what? He'll be in our YouTube room tomorrow. You can ask him. This is actually an interesting, you know, one. This pullback. You can see it's pulling back to the anchored VWAP. You know, so maybe you play a bounce off this. Yeah, they're all gonna look the same. It looks like it's more on the weekly too. I mean, they're all looking kind of the same. But you can see on the daily, it is, you know, it held and it's popped up on the weekly. It held. Cheapy T-bio. Wow, way down here. I'd probably look at this one more because the pinches are fine, except that what do you do with it unless it really takes it out on the high side or the low side? But what if it's really far away? What if the distance is really far away? There's Monster Beverage. You see the pullback. So you know what? If I had this program, if I had this add-on, I'd ask them tomorrow, how would you play Because they have all pulled back to that line. So I'd say, okay, well, now what? Look at that, BJ. Let me look at that. I mean, it's just pulling back to that line. And you can, get his opinion. All right, Aldex. Aldex is just crawling its way up, penny by penny. The LDX. Another home builder, DHI. So we had Lennar, we had DHI. Riot just showed up on my 20-day daily breakout. So it's not part of this. So there's no lines drawn. Now, of course, you can draw your own lines. Okay. You can draw your own anchored VWAP. This is just the whole idea of this, though, is that it is drawing them for you. And the other issue, unfortunately, is that when you draw them, so for instance, if I wanted to draw, here's the anchored VWAP. So I click on the little pencil. There's the anchor. So what if I said, okay, these lows right there. So there's the line. And then I want to go from that high down. So you can see that, I mean, this is way above, way above. The problem is if I leave Riot and come back to it, the lines go away. So that's the issue right now. And I know they know that. So I mean, they definitely want to. Don't want to say fix it. It's not a bug. It's just something that has to be implemented, and it's not relatively easy to do, I guess. Take a look at another one, another strategy from a large gap. Okay, let's take a look at what that would look like. A large gap, anchored VWAP from a big gap. What is it going to look like? So there's a huge gap. Okay, so I guess what this is looking at is, so I don't know what the gap had to be, but the way obviously he's anchoring it at the low before it had the big gap. And you can see right now it's holding, but if it ever broke down through it, that would probably be a great looking short as an example. Yeah, that's not as dramatic, I guess. Yeah. You have to ask him though. You just have to ask him. Here's sort of the gap right down here. I'm definitely though interested once he creates the intraday one. Not obviously it's not ready yet, but a 15-minute, and I don't know where he's going to anchor the points. That'll be the interesting thing for me. Where is he going to anchor? Well, you can send something to our general email attention, Michael. But my Frank, I mean, for sure, I don't know what you're doing tomorrow, but he'll be in our YouTube room between 12 and 1. And so, that's a great time because he'll be displaying his screen and everything. Okay. But, it depends on the question you're asking. If it's too general, like, well, how do you use it? I mean, but I mean, I can give you support at trade-ideas.com. But again, depends on the question you're going to ask him. But if you're going to be around tomorrow, by all means, between 12 and 1 Eastern time, he'll be there in the YouTube room. Okay. That's when I would ask him. And you've got the program, so you can say, okay, I'm on this scan and I'm clicking on this alert and I'm seeing this. What do I do with it? You know? Or have him go through a bunch of them and say, okay, this is what I'm seeing. He's not going to say you should buy this. I'm not just talking to you, Frank, but he's not going to say, well, therefore you should buy this. But he might go through some of the alerts and say, okay, this one looks good to me, and hopefully he'll explain why. That to me is the best thing. Kind of what I do. I mean, I'm not doing anything really with the anchored view app like that, but when I click on an alert, I kind of try to explain why I would like something. Mainly, a lot of it is because when I look left, I see some room. The ALDX. Why did I take it? Well, there's room, a little bit of room. I think I saw the next high looking left is around 1090. So, for me, from 1019 to 1090, well, that's good enough for me. I'm not, and as always, I'm not saying it's getting to 1090. Well, down goes GCTK, guys. So that did not too bad, because it had that kind of had that look that if it now let's see, does the VWAP hold it? The VWAP is 287, so does it hold it? But this is not shortable for me, unfortunately. The CNX has had a fairly nice run. I mean, look how choppy it is on the daily. I think it had an upgrade on Thursday, but it did sell off, and it's getting close to that 200-day moving average. Good grief! Look at AUDC. You talk about a base at 1150. Look at that. Okay, OSUR. What sort of room does it have on the weekly? Oops. Hmm. Actually, 750. 722 is the next high, and then after that is 750. So I mean, it's got a little bit of room. OSUR, a little bit of room. Well, this is another sneaky one, guys. The OCUP up to 556. The problem is that you get the alert here, but then it pulls right back down. And what do you do? I mean, that's the problem. Micron. Well, a lot of the things we see here in the momentum, John Jay, they are low float. A lot of the things we see here, I never really, I, I never. I mean, I did have a scan, but I haven't used the scan for probably several years. Okay, most of the things we see here are going to be relatively low float. Okay, 13 million in the float, because anything that's moving, any sort of decent percent, how does that happen? Well, usually it has to be a low float, CYTO. So even though I haven't put as one of the criteria being a low float stock, but I mean, anything that's going to have decent momentum typically is going to be a low float. So I didn't really need to create something that, was like had a max float of say 20 million. That's so long ago, John Jay, then. Because I haven't had a low flow. In fact, I think I don't even think I have it on my homepage anymore. I haven't used something that is specifically says low float for several years. Didn't have to because these right here are typically going to be low float without my having to indicate, it's a low float situation. I don't even think I have, okay. Okay, give me a moment. Gotta find my, yeah, I don't even have low float here anymore. I mean, I haven't had that for years, to be honest. But again, as I'm going to repeat myself, most of the things that you see here will be low float because how can something move? How can something usually have great momentum unless it is a relatively low float? So there was no need to really create something specifically saying low float. So the question in our YouTube room is what numbers could be considered to be low float? Well, it really all depends on what you're used to trading. I mean, for me, anything 20 million and under would be a low float. Some would say 10 million and under. But what if you're used to trading, Meta? Maybe what if you're used to trading that with 2.2 billion in the float? You're used to trading Apple, with 15 billion in the float. If you're used to trading, and I'm just, throwing that out. If you're used to trading those sort of stocks, you would think that 100 million would be low float, as an example. Okay, so it all really depends on what you are used to trading. I don't trade. I don't trade these really super high float stocks only because they don't move enough for me. Okay, that's all. I mean, yes, Apple has in the past, and Meta especially, but typically you're not. Wow, look at this market. Typically, you're just not going to see the big percentage moves. For me personally, anything under 20 million is a low float. But you're not going to go to a website, and there's not going to be a definition of that. There's not because again, some will say, well, only 5 million is low float. But do I always have to trade something that is super low float? No. I mean, that's got 56 million certainly is not huge. It's not a, but with this ADLX that I'm in, I'm not anticipating big percentage moves. This is what I'm anticipating, something a little bit steady, no giant red candles, no giant green candles. And we've seen some of these floats at like under a million, and that's where you can get the insane percentage moves. Well, guys, it's just waiting on the AUDC to see if it gives it up one way or the other, that 1150 mark. Watching the ALDX to see if it get maybe closer to the 1040. Other than that, it's kind of waiting for the day to end. Again, here's another one, HOUS. When I say another one, I mean, yeah, to me, it's just got too much resistance, not that far away, 575. Now, you could always take, for instance, this 20-day range. And if you wanted to say, you know what, I only want to see stocks 20 million or less. That's fine. 20 million in the float or less. Here's the exception to the rule, the TGTX. I mean, this, I was looking at my 10-day daily breakout as an example. So, to move with that float, 131 million in the float, I mean, it's up 21%. That's pretty startling. And it was a little higher when it was up at 19. But EBIX and BNRG and GCTK and ELOX, all very low float, and CYTO, all low float. I don't know what the float on AUDC is. It's not, I mean, it's 23 million, not crazy low. Well, here's one, guys, just showing up. Wow, look at IPDN. Now it pulled right back down, but IPDN just showed up. Low float. All jumbled here. Sorry about that. 4 million in the float, IPDN. But it pulled right back. Ooh, this could get, but you know what? If this keeps going, I mean, look left. It's got all sorts of room. $7. So let's see if this, it pulled back, but let's see if the volume comes back in and keeps pushing it for the IPDN. Now, major problem with IPDN. Look at the spread. 589, 618. Major problem. So I got to take a big pass unless that spread really, really tightened up. But you know what? It could tighten up briefly, and then you think you're safe, and then you take the trade, and then the spread widens on you again. Does tough deserve a swing? Well, you tell me. I mean, they're the ones that came out and said, we are the going concern warning. They're the ones that came out. Nobody else put it on them. Company themselves. Now, will there be people out there that will look at this as a bottom fishing, no matter what the company says? I guess, but But, to me, they have earnings on the 10th, so between now and then, what do you think's gonna happen? I mean, there you have it. If you didn't see this, I mean, this is, this is pretty honest. The shares fell 40% after the company I'm going to add themselves, but the company announced a substantial doubt about its ability to continue as a going concern. Now, you make up your mind. I mean, doesn't mean that, there won't be people out there that'll say, "Ah, the heck with it. There's that short flow percent. We're going to pile into this." But I mean, the company themselves is putting that statement out. Nobody else. Oh, yeah, but look, when you call it trash, all we're doing is trying to intraday trade this. So this is now, wow, this is now making a new high here. And a low float, 1.4 million in the float. Look what it got to. It got almost to the penny to the high of the day, 949. And what was the high of the day? 948. True enough, Taurus. You're absolutely right. Doesn't mean they're going out of business, but when the auditor tells you to do that, I just let the market to tell, like, what is the market telling me? Well, 40% down on a stock that were already. It's not like this stock was like soaring higher and then all of a sudden they come up with this statement. I mean, they've been in a decline, for quite a while now. I mean, look at this. When was this? This was back in about a year ago. Uh, just slammed down. Yeah, I had a little pop up here. I have a feeling this was this. I think it's possible the memers got a hold of this on this week. It's possible because of the high short float percent. But that was short lived, and then steadily down. Well, guys, this IPDN is still kind of interesting just because of the room it's got when you look left. $7. The ideal thing would be, obviously some more volume coming in and try and sort of popping it on volume. All right, guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back. So, guys, man, TGTX just made a new high. Now, the next high looking left on the daily looks like it's around 1959, but it keeps making a new high after new high right now. You can see it right there. This is the repeating version. Even H-lit showed up here. As I say, this was sneaky good. HLIT. AI is actually bouncing, guys. AI is actually, it's like it wants to put on a little bit of a run here. Though I find this one of the more difficult intraday traders. It can shop all around all day long. And of course, it had the damaging, except for this day when it was straight down. This was not a chop day. This was straight down on that Kerrisdale report. Well, I mean, this IAS has some room on the weekly chart. Looking left, 1638 is the next high. We're at 1561 right now. There's a basing a little bit. It's showing up on that 20-day range. Okay, guys, I'm out of the ALDX. Minor gain on it. I was hoping it would get high into the high 1030s. Did not do it. Does that still trade GBTC? Yeah, on the daily chart, yeah. I'd be looking at BITO. little bit different. Just got to deal with the pinks on GBTC, but it doesn't trade like it's a pink sheet stock. I mean, it trades a huge amount of volume all the time, and okay, guys, I'm out of everything now. Out of the AUDC, out of the ALDX. Probably not going to do anything for the rest of the day unless something pops into this momentum scanner and really rips. Keep an eye on EBIX, guys. The reason being is that it's right at 1620 is the VWAP. So maybe if it takes out that VWAP, again, it got up to almost 18 before. Look at, I mean, it's amazing, isn't it? I mean, look how high it got up to 1776. What's the high there? 1777. What's the high there? 1780. No, these two highs just sort of stopped it. Even here, 1775 and 1758. So this little area between, say, 1760 and 1770, that just sort of stalled it. All right, guys. Again, I'm just kind of looking at some emails. Look at AUDC. This might have a late day knockdown now. Not in it anymore. Always had to deal with that spread all day long. You know, it never was a tight spread. Here's another one on the weekly chart. Anyway, SBGI has a, oh, wait a minute. Yeah, the 200-day moving average at 1915. So, I mean, I guess that's far enough away. But another one that's, inching its way up. The weekly chart, 1937, but there's the 200 days. So that's kind of far enough away. 1847. I mean, if you're looking to take something, maybe put the, your stop at the View app or something. Yeah, it's basically will look like this, Jacques. Yes. The latest, Momo. Yes. There might be some minor changes, but I mean, in essence, it'll be this. No, when you say you're talking about my homepage, right? So, when you click on my homepage link, then you have to, well, you won't see this. So you will scroll down until you see my scans, and then right here. So that Momo scan that you see is very, very similar to this. Very similar. Okay. So I guess the answer to your question is yes. There might be some minor changes, but you should see virtually the same symbols. So again, speaking of my homepage, I'm going to be putting myself on mute in about 8 minutes. So again, if you click my homepage link, this is what you'll see. Of course, a way in which you can take out a subscription to Trade Ideas. You'll still get 25% off. That code is still valid. I don't know for how much longer. You'll get 25% off the first month only. Now, again, when you click on that, if you do want to take out a subscription and you click on Get Trade Ideas, disregard this, okay? Disregard that code right there. Okay, you want to use the Easter 25, you'll get 25% off. First month only or the entire year. You must do the get started if you take out a subscription. 10 short videos starting off with your download and install and your login, etc. You're new to trading, Trading 101. Nice course. Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put this together. I do a stock of the day video that you can sign up for. It's free, of course. Trade of the week is free, sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. I think it almost triggered, not quite. NG is the trade of the week. Another gold play. Come on. And I think the trigger was 605. There's the opening candle, and it got to 604, so it did not trigger. How you trade it, of course, is up to you. These are meant for longer term trades. So this is a gold play. So you'd have to look at gold also to see what's happening. Education, big education section is here. And then again, my scans. So this is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market actives up and down. Here are two races that I'm sharing. My favorite, probably my 10-day daily break out and down. My two favorite scans. Momentum scan right here. False resumes over here. So again, if you're going to take out a subscription, I appreciate it if you would use my homepage. Click on my homepage and then use this code. And if you save my homepage link, then you can take a look at my scans anytime you want, plus the education section. Okay, guys, well, I think I'll put myself on mute now. I'm still here. You can you can ask questions. Don't be shy. You can ask questions. Just gonna put myself on mute though. We'll be open till about 3:20 Eastern time, of course. Oops. Yeah, you know, the IPDN is moving, but it still has that spread issue, 606, 619. So it still has that spread issue. Too bad. Looks like it can have a late day run, but the spread is preventing me from taking the trade. Well, guys, I certainly botched that AUDC. I should still be in this one. Moving down, 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 down. And I got out just in that little area here, but boy, right after that, it just kept making new low after new low. Yeah, the IPDN again, guys, it's just the spread is just terrible. 611, 611, 629. You know, I mean, it looks awesome when you look left, but the problem is the spread. All right, guys, I think I'll wrap this up. I don't see any questions, so I'm going to wrap this up right now. Again, thanks for all the help. We'll open the room tomorrow at 8 o'clock in the main room, 8 to 9. You guys can chat. I'll get on the mic on all the rooms at 9 o'clock. So have a great evening, and we'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye. And for you YouTubers, I'll exit the room now.